Ничего не говорят там? Громкость. Вот канал.
Bir 1 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 1
Обязательно.
пожалуйста, займите свои места. Конференция начинается минута на минуту.
Hormatly Halkara Forumuna qatnaşıcılar, hormatly mehmanlar, sizi Halkara ve paraxatçılık anlaşmak ile Halkara bir taraflık günü ve Türkmenistan'ın hemişelik bir taraflığının 30 yıllık münasebeti
Distinguished participants of the International Forum, dear guests, welcome to the International Forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust, the International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. Convening this International Forum is clear evidence of our country's unwavering commitment to the principles of peace, good neighborliness, and mutual beneficial cooperation. Over the past 30 years, Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality has served as a solid foundation of our foreign policy, making a consistent contribution to strengthening regional and international security and to advancing humanitarian relations. The outcomes of this international forum will help further expand cooperation for the sake of common prosperity. Distinguished participants of the forum, and now I would like to continue my statement in Russian, one of the official languages of the UN. The heads of state and government, the heads of international organizations, distinguished members of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to warmly welcome you in Turkmenistan on behalf of the people of our country, to express gratitude for your participation in the Forum of Peace and Trust, and the solemn events dedicated to the International Day of Neutrality and the 30th anniversary of the international recognition of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. There are heads of state and government and major reputable international organizations, prominent politicians, parliamentarians, diplomats, scholars, and public figures among us. It's a great honor and privilege for us to welcome our guests on Turkmen soil. Welcome to Turkmenistan. Dear friends, the current forum is regarded as a major internationally significant event intended to become a starting point for reflecting on regional, continental, and global processes, and for consolidating in international politics the values of peace, cooperation, equality, trust, justice, and a culture of dialogue and mutual understanding. Turkmenistan can rightfully be proud of that new, humane, and far-sighted foundations of the world order, as well as realistic and responsible development strategies are taking shape on our soil. In this context, I would like to emphasize in particular that we greatly value and cherish the level of cooperation achieved with our partners around the world. I'm confident that during these remarkable days of friendship, mutual understanding and determination to achieve constructive goals will find further confirmation and development. I declare the International Forum dedicated to International Year of Peace and Trust, International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan as neutrality open. Distinguished participants, convening this international forum is the result of Turkmenistan's many years of consistent efforts to promote and consolidate in global politics those principles values and criteria which, in our view, should constitute the foundation, the legal and conceptual core of the entire modern system of international relations. By proclaiming peace and trust as such a foundation, our country has undertaken a number of important steps and initiatives that were understood and duly supported by the international community. The culmination of this joint work was the adoption of a special UN General Assembly resolution at Turkmenistan's proposal declaring 2025 the International Year of Peace and Trust. This is our shared achievement, the result of the foresight, responsibility, and wisdom of the political leadership of all United Nations member states. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to them, as well as to the leaders of the representatives of international organizations for their support and contribution to the adoption of this important decision. It should also be noted that the conceptual principles of peace and trust have been reflected in Turkmenistan national legislation. In September, the constitutional law of Turkmenistan on the legal foundations of the policy of peace and trust of Turkmenistan was adopted. This law established fundamental principles of neutrality, firm and unwavering adherence to equality, mutual respect, cooperation, good neighborliness, non-use of force, conflict prevention, the resolution of all international issues exclusively by peaceful, political and diplomatic means, non-interference in the internal affairs of the other countries, the primacy of universally recognized norms of international law, respect for human rights and freedoms, a number of other crucial obligations. The adoption of the constitutional law was a milestone in the development of Turkmenistan's future activities as subject of international relations, demonstrating the fidelity and consistency of our strategic course toward achieving and maintaining lasting peace and stability. I'm convinced that precisely today, under the complex geopolitical circumstances, peace and trust acquire special importance and value. A sound assessment of these concepts and their elevation to the rank of indisputable principles of world politics constitute in themselves a significant positive shift in understanding the contemporary world order, a step away from dangerous confrontations and toward building constructive, realistic and balanced foundations for the global architecture of security and development. Turkmenistan proceeds from the belief that this can be achieved only through joint action by uniting the efforts of states and international institutions on a shared political, philosophical, and humanitarian basis grounded in the UN Charter and universally recognized norms of international law. Dear participants, the International Year of Peace and Trust coincides with the important historic milestone, the 30th anniversary of the international recognition of our country's permanent neutrality. Having become a political and legal reality enshrined in the resolutions of the UN General Assembly and the Constitution of Turkmenistan, permanent neutrality guides all our steps on the international stage and underpins the visible success and impressive results achieved by Turkmenistan. Thanks to neutrality, peacefulness, and openness, Turkmenistan today enjoys an unprecedented level of trust, mutual understanding, and cooperation with dozens of states, both bilaterally and with multilateral structures, as well as with the key international institutions. It is the neutrality and its derivative, the open door foreign economic policy, that by ensuring favorable external conditions for domestic development enables Turkmenistan to consistently achieve high rates of economic and social progress, to improve the standard and the quality of the population, to pursue dynamic trade and investment cooperation, and to remain an attractive, reliable, and promising partner for major international projects. Neutrality serves as a key factor in the strategic dialogue with Turkmenistan and the United Nations. I would like to stress that the United States sees in our country as a responsible and effective partner in addressing major global and regional challenges, achieving the sustainable development goals, and promoting fair and balanced approaches to international cooperation across a broad spectrum of areas. We will continue to expand the scope of cooperation with the UN, seeking greater attention and practical engagement from its specialized agencies in the development and implementation of national, regional, and global programs. It is evident that Turkmenistan's neutral status has a constructive and positive impact on ensuring regional and international stability and security, which is reflected in the growing support for Turkmenistan's neutrality within the United Nations. A vivid demonstration of this support was the unanimous adoption by the General Assembly of the resolutions in 1995, 2015, and 2025, the resolutions on the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. Another illustrative example is the establishment several years ago the group of Friends of Neutrality at Turkmenistan's initiative within the UN. These examples clearly confirm that neutrality and its core principles are becoming increasingly important and relevant in international practice. At the same time, we always emphasize that neutrality is not a rigid construct, but a living creative process that keeps peace and with the times of response to new changes and in the trends. In this context, Turkmenistan promotes preventive diplomacy as an important component of modern international politics. We are convinced that its tools are particularly relevant under current conditions and can effectively contribute to preventing conflicts and timely channeling disagreements into a civilized negotiation framework. Therefore, we propose using neutrality as a political and practical platform for developing pathways and methods to achieve consensus, compromise, and reconciliation. In this sense, neutrality can become a benchmark model for bringing interests closer together, for respectful and equitable dialogue, for pragmatic and mutually beneficial partnership, and ultimately one of the factors in achieving global geopolitical balance. The example of Turkmenistan, which, thanks to its neutral policy, develops and maintains constructive, mutually beneficial, and friendly international relations on precisely these foundations. I believe it demonstrates the great potential of neutrality and its application in various regions of the world. In this regard, drawing on the community of nations' rich experience in peacekeeping, employing a wide range of political and diplomatic tools and preventive diplomacy methods, as well as with the aim of developing the practical nature of neutrality and conducting related research and educational activities, Turkmenistan proposes the establishment of the University of Peace and Neutrality in cooperation with the UN. We hope for your support and express our readiness for its substantive consideration with our friends and partners. Speaking about the Turkmen neutrality, I would like to highlight another essential feature. Our neutrality is the natural outcome of Turkmenistan's genuine sovereignty and independence. By pursuing an independent, thoughtful and consistent policy of neutrality, we rely primarily on the solid foundations of our statehood, historical continuity, unity, and the support of the Turkmen people, as well as centuries-old experience of our ancestors who bequeathed to us to live in peace, harmony, and good neighborliness, and with all nations and states. The independence and neutrality of Turkmens are inseparable and inconceivable without one another. And of course, we clearly see and deeply appreciate the broad support and understanding of our goals and objectives from the international community, numerous friends and like-minded partners around the world. This support enables Turkmenistan to look to the future with optimism, to confidently plan for the joint work, and inspires us to maintain active, constructive engagement in achieving peace, trust, and harmony among nations, as well as their progress and well-being. Once again, dear friends, please accept my most sincere and heartfelt appreciation for your participation in the forum and for your contribution to strengthening friendship, cooperation, and mutual understanding with Turkmenistan. Thank you for your attention. Dear participants of the International Conference, ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin. Please, Vladimir, the floor is yours.
Уважаемый Сардar Гурбангулыевич,
Your Excellency, Sadyr Berdimuhamedov, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to take part in the forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust, International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. It's symbolic that the 12th of December, exactly 30 years ago, the General Assembly of the UN unanimously supported the resolution officially confirming the neutral status of your country. This day is celebrated in Turkmenistan as a state holiday, and this exact day, at the initiative of Turkmenistan friends, was declared an International Day of Neutrality celebrated at the UN. I would like to sincerely congratulate all our friends with this important event. Congratulate all our friends from Turkmenistan, primarily the President, distinguished Sadyr Berdimuhamedov, and the national leader of the Turkmen people, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, and the entire friendly people of Turkmenistan. The choice made by the authorities of your country 30 years ago in favor of permanent neutrality determined the strategic vector of development of Turkmenistan as an independent and sovereign state that deserves due respect and authority both in Central Asian region and the entire world. Anchoring itself on the rich cultural and spiritual heritage, Turkmenistan is dynamically growing, reaching progress in different areas of national economy and social sphere. Your country is conducting a balanced foreign policy course, contributes significantly to the reinforcement of regional and international security and stability, applies serious effort to form an atmosphere of cooperation and mutual trust in the world affairs. In this context, I would like to highly point out the draft of Ashgabat declaration prepared by our colleagues from Turkmenistan. It should be a natural outcome of our work in this current forum. Russia doubtlessly supports this document and the firm commitments to key principles of international relations contained therein, the principles that have been enshrined in the UN Charter. Among them, peace-loving and non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, respect for the choice of each country for their own models of growth and development, for their own worldview, own traditions and own religion. I would like to point out that the year 2025, that has been declared the year of peace and trust by the UN, was marked by the anniversary of the very organization itself. Created 8 years ago, the UN still proudly carries out the mission enshrined upon it, and is a unique and sometimes the sole instrument allowing to ensure the international balance of interests. And what is more important, it allows us to find a harmonious decision for difficult issues, taking into account the positions and stances and opinions of all countries. We are convinced that this same logic and the principles of the UN Charter the new era of multipolarity will require us to build truly frank and sincere relations between our countries. And a telling example of this is the strategic partnership between Russia and Turkmenistan, which is successfully developing a spirit of friendship and good neighborliness. We are broadening our bilateral economic links. In the first 10 months of 2025, the trade turnover has grown by 35% already, which is significantly more than throughout the entire last year. Russian enterprises are intending to conduct new investment projects in the Turkmenistan market. Our cooperation in energy, transport, and other areas is growing. With the active participation of Russia and Turkmenistan, we are implementing large economic multilateral initiatives, including in the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. We are building the mainline corridor of the international North-South transport corridor. We are also witnessing consistent development of interregional contacts, the growth of humanitarian, cultural, educational spheres. It's enough to say that more than 54,000 students from Turkmenistan are receiving their education in Russia. Our countries are involved in the integration process in the framework of the CIS. In 2026, Turkmenistan will assume the chairpersonship in the CIS. I would like to wish them all the success. I would like to wish success to our Turkmenistan colleagues, and I would like to assure them that the Russian side will provide all the necessary assistance required. In closing, I would like to thank the leadership of Turkmenistan, distinguished President Sadyr and all friends from Turkmenistan for their hospitality. Once again, I would like to congratulate everyone with the International Day of Neutrality and the Day of Neutrality of Turkmenistan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Distinguished Vladimir Vladimirovich, I express my deepest gratitude for your very meaningful statement. Your speech reflected the importance of strengthening trust, peace, and mutual understanding. In the modern period, we attach great importance to the development of strategic bilateral relations with the Russian Federation. Turkmenistan will continue to continue constructive dialogue aimed at strengthening trust and maintaining stable interaction in the spirit of respect and equality. Once again, I express my sincere appreciation to for your speech. Thank you. Dear participants of the International Forum, now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Please, the floor is yours.
Kıymetli kardeşim,
My distinguished brother, President Serdar Berdi Muhammedov, distinguished heads of state and government, esteemed guests, I extend to you my heartfelt greetings and my deepest respect and affection. It is a great pleasure for me to be once again on these lands that we consider our ancestral homeland. And I sincerely congratulate the national leader of Turkmenistan, my esteemed brother, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, who has given meaning and form to the status of permanent neutrality. And I express my gratitude to my brother Serdar for bringing us together on this very meaningful occasion. On the occasion of the Day of Neutrality, I wholeheartedly congratulate the Turkmen people, and I convey the greetings of your 86 million brothers and sisters in Turkey. I wish to emphasize that we attach great significance to today's forum, held in the context of the United Nations International Year of Peace and Trust 2025, of which Turkey is also a co-sponsor. Since its independence, Turkmenistan has achieved a remarkable economic and human development, and we take pride in it. We rejoice at every success of Turkmenistan. Today, Turkmenistan has become one of the fastest growing economies in the world, an exemplary modern country distinguished by its cities, factories, schools, and hospitals. My dear friends, Turkey and Turkmenistan are two brotherly nations, bound to each other with exceptional ties rooted in our shared history. The Turkish and Turkmen peoples are two nations of the same origin, bearing the same spirit, bearing the same faith. As the first country to recognize Turkmenistan's independence, we were likewise among the foremost to support its permanent neutrality. We see that the identity Turkmenistan has maintained for 30 years is shaped by the understanding of peace and friendship inherent in our common civilization, stretching from Mahmut'un Kulu Firaki to Yunus Emre and Ismail Gaspirali. With Turkmenistan, you know, we share proverbs. So our proverbs are one, and our hearts are one, and our destination is one. While supporting Turkmenistan's peaceful vision, we continue advancing our cooperation in every field and further strengthening our solidarity. Our efforts in investment, trade, in energy, in defense, and in many other areas are crowned by the strong ties between us and between our people. I reiterate that we stand ready to assume responsibility, as always, for the prosperity of Turkmenistan. Distinguished friends, At a time when global uncertainties, conflicts, and vulnerabilities are on the rise, we must all take responsibility for promoting international dialogue, cooperation, trust, and peace.
Türkiye olarak tarihimizin, coğrafyamızın
Turkey is indeed guided by the sense of this responsibility placed on us by our history, our geography, and civilization. We are working with all our strength to uphold peace and dialogue. We are striving to build around us a belt of peace and security, a region of peace and security, by cultivating good relations with our neighbors. We earnestly wish for an end to the war between our northern neighbors, Russia and Ukraine, with whom we have long-standing relations based on ancient ties and mutual respect. And we stand ready to provide concrete support to diplomatic initiatives aimed at a ceasefire and an enduring peace, including the Istanbul process. Esteemed guests, in recent years, we have witnessed in Gaza one of the most brutal massacres of the past century. Our foremost priorities are ensuring the permanence of ceasefire in Gaza and guaranteeing that humanitarian aid reaches those in need. The ceasefire continues despite Israel's violations. However, it remains fragile. For this reason, international community needs to support this process with a strong and a sustained determination. We hope that UN Security Council Resolution 2803 will serve as an opportunity for lasting peace and the reconstruction of Gaza. And we deem it essential that Palestinians participate in and contribute to every stage of the peace process. And the ultimate objective in the region should be a two-state solution. The formula for this lies in the suffering endured by our Palestinian brothers and sisters, in their dignified struggle, and in international agreements. The time has come for the international community to pay its debt to the people of Palestine. I hope that this significant forum, which brings us together today, will serve as a new catalyst in this direction. Turkey now stands among the world's leading actors in mediation as well, with its fair, impartial, and reliable approach. Through the Ankara process, initiated to ease tensions between Ethiopia and Somalia, we have once again proven that disputes can be resolved through peaceful means. We are the co-chair of the groups of Friends of Mediation within the United Nations, the OSCE, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And there, as well as the Alliance of Civilizations initiative, this vision of ours is definitely reflected in all the work that we do. Dear friends, we're witnessing the highest number of armed conflicts since the Second World War. And in such an environment, we wholeheartedly support Turkmenistan's efforts, guided by the principle of neutrality, towards preventive diplomacy, peace, security, and development. Today, we're not only here to celebrate an anniversary. We're here issuing a powerful call for the future. Peace is possible only through justice, security only through mutual respect, and stability only through dialogue and cooperation. The great poet of Turkmen literature, Mahtumkulu Firaki, expressed centuries ago the very aim of today's forum with his lines, "May beautiful days come, may tranquility prevail. May every homeland be at peace, every people prosper. Firaki says, let mercilessness increase, let oppression cease, and let joy fill every place. In conclusion, I once again thank President Serdar Berdimuhamedov, my esteemed brother, for bringing us together. I wholeheartedly take this opportunity to congratulate the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. And may our brother endure forever. And I thank you all.
Dear Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, I express my sincere gratitude for your very comprehensive and meaningful statement. Turkmenistan and the Republic of Turkey enjoys close relations based on shared historical roots, cultural affinity, and long-standing fraternal ties. Our cooperation is steadily developing both bilaterally and within the reputable regional and international organizations. Your speech made an important contribution to the discussion of issues of strengthening peace and trust, which are the key to stabilizing international relations. Thank you for your support and the dialogue aimed at strengthening the partnership between the states. Dear participants of the International Forum, now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian. Please, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, His Excellency Serdar Berdimuhamedov, Honorable President of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Gurbanoli Berdimuhamedov, Honorable National Leader of the Turkmen people and Chairman of the People's Council of Turkmenistan, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the friendly and brotherly government and nation of Turkmenistan for hosting this valuable session, which coincides with the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's declaration of neutrality. Any event or opportunity that compels us to think and talk about peace, security and development is a human, ethical and praiseworthy event, and any government or nation that strives in this regard is worthy of appreciation and support. The initiative to create the group of Friends of Neutrality for Peace, Security and Development by the leadership of Turkmenistan, which has fortunately been supported by the United Nations, is a valuable initiative from a country that has practically proven its commitment to peace and security. 3 years ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran proudly accepted participation in this initiative and declared its readiness for any kind of collaboration and cooperation in this area. Today, on behalf of the great and the peace-loving people of Iran, I once again announced that any effort contributing to the strengthening of the discourse of the peace and cooperation at the global and regional levels received the unconditional support of the people of the government and the government of Islamic Iran. in a world increasingly engulfed in the turmoil of crisis, wars are not sudden accidents, but the product of selfishness and self-superiority. Wars, before they flare on the battlefield, take root in unjust structures of the global economy, in the institutions that amplify the voices of the powerful and silence the voices of the weak, and legal regimes that condition justice on the will of the great powers. The result is that peace, instead of being a universal right, has become a privilege that endures only in specific geographies. When millions of human beings are trapped in the wheels of structural oppression and institutionalized injustice, peace no longer has a true meaning. Peace without justice is merely a short pause in the long-term process of violence. The people of the world cannot place their trust in an order that has failed to ensure justice and has only contented itself with the arbitrary management of crisis. Honorable attendees, in the context of today, more than ever, we need to rethink the concept of peace. Peace is not achieved through increasing military budgets, not through hardware alliances, nor through performative diplomacy, but through confronting real roots of instability, inequality, monopolization, and discrimination. It is such an environment that this regime has been able to pursue aggressive policies, ranging from repeated crimes in Gaza and the illegal expansion of settlements in the West Bank to the repeated attacks in Syria, Lebanon, and also Islamic Republic of Iran. This situation is a direct product of monopoly of the power at the global level and the double standards promoted by great powers, which have shaped the kind of security exceptionalism for Israel. When an actor is practically exempted from international scrutiny and calculates the roots of justice deepen and sustainable peace loses its foundations. It is based on these injustices and exceptionalism that the Zionist regime dared to violate the sovereignty of Iran. An action that not only did not face international condemnation, but was followed by the full political and military support of the powers claiming to champion human rights and world peace. As long as such special rights exist, one cannot speak of peace and just order. If the world is truly seeking peace and just order, it must accept the truth that no country, not even a great power, should be above global rules. Honorable attendees, under the current circumstances, responsibility of all countries to show in every possible way and through regional initiatives, active participation in international organizations and ethical multilateral diplomacy, that the world does not speak only with the voice of great powers. In this regard, we view the holding of this session as a step towards recalling the great and collective responsibility to prevent clear deviations from principles of international peace and trust, and we thank the government and the people of Turkmenistan for their efforts to strengthen the discourse of peace and security. Islamic Republic of Iran believes that active and responsible neutrality does not mean passivity or indifference in the face of oppression and aggression, but is a dynamic and ethical concept founded on the principles of international law, humanitarian law, the UN Charter, and noble human values. Responsible and active neutrality requires taking principles and fair stances against any injustice and blatant violation of the sovereignty and rights of the countries and human beings. as a responsible member of international community, the Islamic Republic of Iran firmly believes that peace and development can only be achieved through equal dialogue, collective cooperation, respect for international law and UN Charter, and avoidance of unilateralism. There, I hope today's session can create suitable platforms for advancing our common goals and pave the way for establishing peace, stability, and development in the region's countries. Thank you for your attention. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the head of Turkmenistan, Mr. Serdar Mohammed, and other participants. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Dear Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian, I express my sincere gratitude for your very meaningful statement. You have touched upon very relevant issues to strengthen the stability and to increase the trust among the other states. Turkmenistan pays a great attention to for our country maintains close ties with the country, and it's based on trust and openness, respect, and mutual support. These long-standing traditions create a reliable foundation for stable, strengthening cooperation across a widespread. Once again, thank you very much for your statement. Dear participants, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. Please, the floor is yours. Dear heads of state, dear heads of state, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the President of Turkmenistan, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamed, and for a great hospitality on Turkmen soil. Our brotherly Turkmenistan is celebrating the historical date, 30th anniversary of neutrality. The wise politics of permanent neutrality helped Turkmenistan to acquire global authority, and Turkmenistan is committed to its values, and it has contributed to establish peace and fairness. This political of convening this forum plays a vital role for Turkmenistan to strengthen international trust and cooperation. And I firmly believe that during this forum we will rethink of the positive value of neutrality, and special thanks to the Arkada Gurbanguly, and thanks due to his efforts, Turkmenistan has achieved recognition in the world and became as an initiator of useful initiatives on an international scale. Positive neutrality of Turkmenistan has the commonalities with its traditions. As one of the scholars, poets of Turkmen literature, Maktuguli Fragi, once said that if there is a peace, then the states strengthens. Where there is the fairness, there will have the trust. And the main the values of peace and mutual understanding and human dignity has been reflected in the Mahtum Kuli's poems. And moreover, the great humanist Mahtum Kuli represents that the great world will, which in this regard, we support the United Nations Assembly's resolutions at the initiative of Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan has supported this resolution because the peace and trust are the fundamental foundations of our foreign politics. And our country pursues peace-loving and balanced diplomacy and strives for constructive dialogue which strengthens global and regional security. Distinguished participants, despite the success in addressing some other conflicts in general, the situation in the world remains uncertain. And I would like to mention about the erosion of the international rights and changing them with some other rules and the strengthening of within the 18th General Assembly of UN, and it was proposed to create a group of single-minded people to propose concrete measures to reform the UN system. At the same time, it is very important to express political will and urge the UN member state to initiate large-scale dialogue. And now it is clear that the fair and sustainable world order will be reality when some other narratives are refused, when the narratives of global confrontation and nuclear wars and military actions, and then we will have peace, trust, and cooperation. In this regard, Kazakhstan welcomes the activization of negotiations on Ukrainian conflict. Just right after the meeting of the presidents of Russia and USA in Anchorage, actively is discussed the situation of peace, and and we also welcome the peaceful agreement in the east, and the Kazakhstan also have joined the Avram agreement, and according to our it's a historical event when Azerbaijan and Armenia have signed a joint declaration on peace, and this is, and we also look forward to signing a full-scale peace agreement, which guarantees the stability in Caucasus. And to achieve the regional security, we also think that it is necessary to provide assistance to Afghanistan. And one of the most important platforms for coordination is to establish a regional center, UN regional center on the sustainable development goals for Central Asia and Afghanistan. An active role, and we also thank you thank our colleagues and friends for supporting to creating such institution. And special attention is given to interreligious, interethnic, and intercultural dialogue. We convey numerous summits. In the previous 8th summit, we have put forward an initiative which is called the Movement for Peace. And Kazakhstan will take actively part in the SCO and one of the authoritative and Eurasian organization, and with a constructive agenda which includes the security issues. And we also the geopolitical tension, rising geopolitical tension and sanctions and the disruption of supply chains and the competition have faced the challenges. The global economy is stagnating, and the stagnation is not in Central Asia, but the most of the Central Asian countries maintains sustainable development, and the GDP will be 3 billion USD, and GDP per capita will be more than 13,000 USD. And the transport connectivity is also very important. Digital solutions which enable the free flow of goods, and Central Asian countries demonstrate a very good example in this regard. And this is proven by the regular meetings of the heads of Central Asian countries during the consultative meeting of those countries. And we also developed the industrial cooperation and improved the climate, and these are positive dynamics of economic growth in the region, and creating a favorable environment for long-term projects for investment. We also have a great potential in transport, and which calls to strengthen the connectivity between East and West. Kazakhstan gives specific attention to Trans-Caspian road and to modernize the ports and to create free flow of the transportation. And we also actively participate in the comprehensive strategy of developing the transport system in Central Asia. With joint efforts, we can create modern transport logistic architecture in Eurasia with the close collaboration with Russia, China, Iran, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, and other stakeholders. I also think that it is important to pay attention to water security within the conditions of the water scarcity, and we need to use them rationally, and it is one of the strategic important and vital for our country, and I think it is important for other countries too. And we need to take forward actions and measures for transboundary water use and ecological situation of the Caspian Sea. According to our view, specific measures should be taken to save the Caspian Sea. We have worked out special programs to prevent and conserve the ecosystem ecosystem of the Caspian system. We urge all world community to support our initiatives to conserve this sea. Water diplomacy is one of the tools for coordination. And
что не соответствует масштабу нарастающих водных проблем.
In this UN system, there is no specialized agency which focuses on water issues. Thus, Kazakhstan proposed to establish a water organization which can consolidate all existing mandates of our UN. The optimal version could be a creation of inter-agency agency, UN Water, which is specialized on water issues, and the realization of this initiative are in compliance with the goals of the UN and meets all the needs of global international community. We will organize another summit where we put forward the initiative on creating a special agency on water resources. And critical issues of water agendas will be addressed on the systematic issue. And the proposals, my proposals are in a line with and will be put forward within the framework of this summit. Some of the countries have taken special measures to improve that, and I firmly believe that the Ashgabat Forum will enable to strengthen creative partnership and will give strong impetus to international initiatives to strengthen, to establish cooperation on an equitable basis. And I also wish our brothers to great success and new achievements in the international arena. Thank you.
Уважаемый Kassym-Jomart Кемелевич, выражаю вам глубокую признательность за столь обстоятельное выступление.
I express my deep gratitude to you for your such informative statement. Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan have long-standing good neighborly relations based on trust and shared commitment to the principles of peaceful coexistence. I would also like to note that Kazakhstan consistently supports
международных и региональных организаций,
support initiatives with the framework of international and regional organizations, which serves as the important factor in strengthening mutual understanding and solidarity between our countries. And I'm confident that the joint efforts of our countries will continue to promote stability and trust and sustainable development.
Уважаемые участники Международного форума, далее хотел бы предоставить слово его превосходительству президенту Кыргызской республики, господину Садыру Нургазаевичу Japarovу. Пожалуйста, Садыр Нургазаевич, вам слово.
Mr. Sadyr Nurgazevich, the floor is yours. Honorable Serdar Gurbanguly, distinguished participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the President of Turkmenistan, esteemed Serdar Gurbanguly, for the traditional warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this event. It's a great honor for me to speak at today's forum, which brings us together in the shared pursuit of strengthening global peace and mutual trust and sustainable develop. On behalf of the Kyrgyz Republic and on my own behalf, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the brotherly Turkmen people on the remarkable occasion of the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. The decision was adopted unanimously 30 years ago by special resolution of the United Nations. General Assembly became a unique example of international legal recognition of neutrality and marked the beginning of new stage in Turkmenistan development, an independent, peace-loving and confidently progressing state. Over the years, Turkmenistan has convincingly demonstrated that it has chosen paths with and the policy of neutrality has created a strong platform, and as a result, conditions were created for large-scale economic modernization, enabling the implementation of major infrastructural and social projects. Neutrality has become not merely a status, but a philosophy of state development and has strengthened the Turkmen's international standing. Distinguished participants, we highly value Turkmenistan's contribution to regional process. It is important to highlight Turkmenistan's practical role in strengthening the energy security of Central Asia and neighboring regions. The gas and energy projects implemented by Turkmenistan have significantly enhanced energy resilience, expanded markets, and created additional opportunity for mutually beneficial economic cooperation. In this context, I would like to note the successfully established cooperation between our countries in the field of electric supply. There is a considerable potential for cooperation in the area of transport and logistics. The modernization of Caspian maritime infrastructure, the maintenance of efficient transit routes, and the participation in international logistics initiatives are gradually transforming Turkmenistan into a key transport hub connecting north and south, east and west. Kyrgyzstan is ready to participate in the development of multimodal routes, the expansion of existing corridors, and the creation of new joint logistic states. For our countries, modernizing transport and developing multimodal roads remain priority. In this regard, the implementation of the China-Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan railway project and the construction of the HPP1 are the particular significance. Undoubtedly, these and other large-scale projects expand the opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation and open the prospect for the development of our countries. Distinguished participants of the forum today, in the context of program global challenges, open dialogue, solidarity, and collective actions are of particular importance. Against this backdrop, Turkmenistan continues to play a construction and a significant role in Central Asia, acting as a promoter of peace, mutual understanding, and cooperation. A vivid confirmation of this positive role in Turkmenistan's initiative to adopt the United Nations resolution proclaiming 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust. The Kyrgyz Republic highly values the initiative and has been an active supporter of and co-sponsored it, as it is aimed at strengthening the fundamental principle of international relations, dialogue, mutual understanding, and respect for sovereignty of state. As an important element of international cooperation was also the third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries held in August in the city of Avaza. This event became a significant stage in defining priorities for international support to landlocked states, including expanding access to transport corridors, developing logistical capacities, and strengthening infrastructure resilience. The conference once again underscored Turkmenistan's consistent efforts in advancing the sustainable development goals and promoting broader international dialogue. I would also like to highlight Turkmenistan's active role in strengthening the unique regional format, the consultative meeting of the heads of state of Central Asia. This mechanism of direct and trust-based dialogue has become an important platform for discussing common challenges and developing coordinated approaches, which is especially relevant in the current geopolitical context. We are convinced that our countries share common tasks to jointly strengthen the peace and prevent conflicts and promote sustainable development. The Kyrgyz Republic consistently supports international efforts aimed at strengthening mobility. As an important step in this direction was the successful completion of this year of the legal demarcation of the state borders with Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, which made a significant contribution to regional security and reaffirmed our commitment as policy of peace and good neighborhood. Furthermore, should the Kyrgyz Republic be elected as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for 2027-28, we stand ready to make a meaningful contribution to the collective efforts of the international community to ensure global peace and sustainability. Dear friends, today's anniversary gives us an opportunity not only to reflect on the path that have been taken, but also to look ahead. Our countries are united by the shared aspiration for peace, stability, and security. The experience of Turkmenistan clearly demonstrates that a widely chosen path of neutrality can serve as the foundation of sustainable development, be the strength of sovereignty and expansion of international cooperation. In conclusion, I once again congratulate the leadership of Turkmenistan and the brotherly Turkmen people on 30th anniversary of the recognition of permanent neutrality and wish continued development and prosperity. Thank you for your attention. Dear Sadyr Nurgazevich, I once again thank you for your statement, a very comprehensive statement, and the approaches you highlighted are crucial for strengthening mutual understanding and expanding cooperation in our region. I'm pleased to note that the relations between Turkmenistan and Kyrgyz Republic are developing steadily and are becoming more meaningful. Our countries successfully cooperate with the UN and other international organizations, supporting initiatives aimed at strengthening security and sustainable development. And I'm confident that our further cooperation will strengthen, contributing to common peace, stability, and progress. Thank you again, Sadyr Nurgazevich. Dear participants of the International Forum, and now I would like to give the floor to the President of Tajikistan, Mr. Emomali Sharipovich Rahmon. Please, Mr. Emomali Sharipovich, the floor is yours. Your Excellency, Mr. President of Turkmenistan, Berdimuhamed Serdar Gurbanguly, Excellencies, heads of state and government. Firstly, I would like to thank the leadership of Turkmenistan for hosting today's significant international event. I would also like to thank Turkmenistan for the warm welcome and cordial hospitality. I'm delighted to congratulate the brotherly people of Turkmenistan on the 30th anniversary of their country's permanent neutrality. The International Forum on Peace and Trust in Ashgabat is yet another evidence of friendly Turkmenistan's unwavering commitment to strengthening universal peace and security and peacekeeping diplomacy. Tajikistan highly values Turkmenistan policy of neutrality. Over the past 3 decades, Turkmenistan has shown that a neutral stance in the system of international relations can effectively promote foreign policy. Distinguished participants, today the international community is confronted with ambiguous geopolitical competition and the erosion of international legal norms. Alongside with new threats and security challenges, trends towards slower economic and social development are causing multiple challenges. Against this backdrop, the initiative to proclaim 2025 the International Year of Peace and Trust assumes particular significance. Peace and trust are crucial in promoting international relations, reducing threats and risks, and creating a friendly environment for cooperation and sustainable development on the world stage. By ensuring these values, the international community can address today's complicated challenges in an atmosphere of mutual understanding and shared responsibility. In this context, to strengthen the foundations of sustainable development, the international community must therefore take coordinated actions to prevent security threats and socio-economic problems. At the same time, the negative consequences of environmental threats such as climate change, rapid glacier melting, and pollution also require joint efforts from the international community. Our country, to the best of its availability, is constantly contributing to this process in cooperation with international partners. The Dushanbe processes on water resources and counterterrorism therefore serve as a broad platform for constructive dialogue and international cooperation. Distinguished participants, our country deeply understands the value of peace, security, and stability. By engaging in dialogue and compromise and drawing on traditional values such as forgiveness and mutual understanding, we have managed to establish lasting peace and take confident steps forward towards building a sovereign and robust society. Given these circumstances, Tajikistan consistently supports all initiatives aimed at strengthening global peace and security. At the last year's UN General Assembly, we proposed an adoption of a special UN resolution entitled Decade of Peace for Future Generations. This initiative aims not only to preserve peace, but also to pass on this universal value to future generations. Tajikistan is committed to ensuring peace and stability and to strengthening an inclusive security architecture. We carry on our foreign policy, which is based on the principles of open doors, mutual respect, equality, and mutually beneficial cooperation. Our peaceful and pragmatic foreign policy aims to expand friendly relationships with all countries. In this context, our country continuously emphasizes its commitment to the provisions of the UN Charter and other international documents on maintaining peace and security worldwide. Distinguished participants, the triumph of peace is the foundation of justice, equality, and respect for human rights and freedoms. The international community must cherish these values, building on trust, dialogue, and cooperation. In order to build a just, inclusive, sustainable, peaceful, and prosperous future, our countries must continue to effectively utilize the universally recognized norms and provisions of international law. Tajikistan stands always ready to contribute to ensuring the security and sustainable development by using widely accepted diplomatic traditions, engaging in constructive dialogue, and employing other peaceful means to resolve issues. Thank you for your attention. Dear Mr. Emomali Sharipovich, I sincerely thank you for your meaningful statement and warm words for Turkmenistan. The traditionally friendly relations between Turkmenistan and the Republic of Tajikistan occupy a special place in our foreign policy, and based on long-standing trust and friendship. It is gratifying that the joint efforts of our countries to strengthen peace and mutual understanding in the region are finding practical expression both at a bilateral level and within reputable international structures. I'm confident that our cooperation will continue to develop, promoting stronger cooperation and overall well-being of our people. Once again, thank you. Dear participants, further I would like to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev. Please, the floor is yours.
Distinguished heads of delegations, I express my deep gratitude to the President of Turkmenistan, distinguished Sardar Berdimuhamedov, for the hospitality and the wonderful organization of today's forum. I congratulate the leadership of Turkmenistan and fraternal Turkmen people on the national holiday, the 30th anniversary of permanent neutrality. This landmark date embodies Turkmenistan's unwavering commitment to developing peaceful, trust-based, friendly, and mutually beneficial relations with all countries of the world. We are considering the current forum as an important political platform for promoting the ideas of peace and peacemaking, strengthening mutual trust and respect among states, as well as finding solutions to current international problems through dialogue and negotiations. Esteemed participants, Turkmenistan's neutrality, which has become part of the modern identity of the Turkmen people, is based on its deep historical traditions, cultural and spiritual values, inherent noble qualities such as generosity, tolerance, and good neighborliness. This phenomenon has gained wide recognition worldwide thanks to the defining role of distinguished Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, the architect of the development of the Turkmen philosophy of positive neutrality stability at the present stage. This strategic line is being successfully implemented with a new dynamism by the President of Turkmenistan, respected Sadyr. The Turkmen model of permanent neutrality clearly demonstrates how the principles of respect for sovereignty and non-interference can be harmoniously combined with active peacekeeping and diplomatic activities. Vivid evidence for this is the successful work of the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia in Ashgabat. We in Uzbekistan share to a great extent the strategic vision and foreign policy approaches of our Turkmen brothers. In this regard, we are supporting our brothers of Turkmen, brothers of the creation of the University of Neutrality and Peace. For the new Uzbekistan, we are open now. Openness to the world, mutual respect and commitment to dialogue are fundamental values for new Uzbekistan. This is why we have put forward the Samarkand Solidarity Initiative for Common Security and Prosperity. It aims to engage in dialogue all those who are not indifferent to the future of humanity and who strive for peace, harmony and shared prosperity. We are convinced that only humanistic and inclusive approaches based on mutual respect and understanding can strengthen the structure of modern international cooperation. In this regard, the main priority of the upcoming chairmanship of Uzbekistan in the non-aligned movement, encouraging the global movement in support of a culture of peace and non-violence, strengthening trust in relations among states on the basis of political dialogue, promoting an atmosphere of tolerance, mutual understanding and solidarity in the world. During our chairmanship, we intend to announce 2027 as the year of preventive diplomacy to support efforts to resolve conflicts in the interests of future generations. Within its framework, we will adopt a program of activities which will include organization of conferences and forums and the exchange of parliamentary, public and youth delegations. We count on the active participation of relevant UN institutions, including the Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy in Ashgabat, in realization of this program. Dear friends, in the current environment of global tensions and eroding trust among states, maintaining a universal commitment to the principles of peace and mediation is more important than ever. And that's why the proposal of Turkmenistan to declare 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust meets the pressing needs of the global community. Uzbekistan fully supported this initiative and co-sponsored the corresponding UN General Assembly's resolution. We believe that this global idea serves the consolidation of countries that reject confrontation and are committed to resolve contradictions at the negotiating table and determined to take effective peacekeeping measures. I would also like to emphasize that the principles of mutual trust, respect and unity are the cornerstone of our policy to transform Central Asia into a space of peace, cooperation and good neighbor lines. The 7th consultative meeting of the heads of state of the region held last month in Tashkent has once again demonstrated our readiness to strengthen solidarity, take joint actions to ensure peace and stability in the region, and expand multifaceted economic cooperation. It should be especially noted that Turkmenistan's constructive and peaceful policies have become an important factor in ensuring stability and development in Central Asia. Ashgabat played a major role in resuming top-level dialogue within the International Fund for Saving the RLC by organizing in 2018 the Summit of Heads of State for the first time in many years. Within the transport, there is important also event happened, the third UN conference on landlocked developing countries in Avazia in August this year has become a significant contribution to the formation of a unified transport and logistics space in the region. With Turkmenistan, we have coinciding approaches to facilitate the peaceful development of Afghanistan through its involvement in regional economic processes and strengthen infrastructure connectivity. Ashgabat's initiatives to ensure energy and water security, sustainable transport connectivity, and the protection of the region's ecosystems organically complement our efforts in Central Asia. I'm confident that Turkmenistan's aspirations, proposals which are built on the noble ideas of peace and trust will also be reflected in the agenda of the country's chairmanship in the format of consultative meetings of the heads of state of the region. Distinguished participants, cooperation based on mutual respect, trust and solidarity can bring the most ambitious plans to life. Therefore, it is crucial to advance them through humanitarian cooperation. In this regard, we propose organizing a joint international humanitarian forum, Dialogue of Cultures, in Tashkent next year, with the participation of creative groups, scientists and writers, as well as launching a regional program, Youth for Peace and Trust, aimed at engaging young people in the process of strengthening peace and trust through the joint implementation of educational, cultural and volunteer initiatives. Dear friends, peace and trust are the basis for universal well-being. Strengthening these values must remain a key priority for the entire international community. Uzbekistan is ready to continue making constructive contribution to building a fair and sustainable world order. I wish all the participants of the forum a productive work and the fraternal people of Turkmenistan peace, well-being and continued prosperity. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Mr. Shavkat Miramonovich, thank you very much for very comprehensive statement. The relations between Turkmenistan and the Republic of Uzbekistan have been developing in a stable and constructive manner for many years. Specific initiatives aimed at strengthening regional stability, developing transport and logistics links, economic partnership and humanitarian cooperation are being successfully implemented. I'm confident that cooperation between Turkmenistan and the Republic of Turkmenistan will steadily expand, promoting sustainable development and the well-being of our peoples. Once again, I express my sincere gratitude to you for your speech. Dear participants, now I would like to give the floor to the President of Armenia, Mr. Vahagn Khachaturyan. Please, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address the International Forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust, the International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of the Turkmenistan permanent neutrality. I express my gratitude to the President and the government of Turkmenistan for hosting this important event and for consistent leadership in promoting peace, trust and neutrality within the United Nations framework. The title of today's plenary session, Peace and Trust, Unity Goals for a Sustainable Future, captures the essence of what our world needs most today. While conflicts, divisions, human rights, violation and global insecurity challenge the international order, we should reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, anchored on the purpose and principles of the United Charter. The General Assembly resolution proclaiming 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust creates a momentum to advance peaceful settlement of disputes and good neighborly relations among nations. This year marks the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's recognition as a permanently natural state by the United Nations. Permanent neutrality has proven to be a crucial factor for peace and stability in the region. We commend Turkmenistan's contribution to international peace and security through promoting the objective of natural trust and dialogue. Armenia has always supported initiatives of Turkmenistan in the United Nations to this end. Excellencies, peace, it is not just absence of war. It requires consistent efforts to promote dialogue, justice, human rights, and dignity. Building trust among states and peoples is an important foundation that allows peace to endure. Guided by the United Nations Charter, international law, the government of Armenia is resolute in the sustaining peace in the region of South Caucasus. As you are aware, during the trilateral meeting in Washington, D.C. on 8 August this year, the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan initiated the peace agreement between the two countries. On the same day, the leaders of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and the United States of America, as witness, signed a joint declaration which will enable full opening of transport communication in the region. Implementation of the Crossroad of Peace initiative and integral component, the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity connectivity project will promote economic growth, dialogue, and people-to-people contact, thus contributing to trust, stability, and prosperity. This historic achievement gives confidence that we are opening a new chapter of lasting peace, prosperity, security, and economic cooperation in the South Caucasus. We count on the support of our international partners in advancing peace in our region. Excellencies, as we celebrated 30 years of Turkmenistan permanent neutrality and the International Year of Peace and Trust, let us renew our common resolve, the advance peace and trust through dialogue, mutual understanding and cooperation. Thank you.
Dear Vahagn Garnikovich, thank you for your insightful statement. I'm pleased to note that the friendly relations between Turkmenistan and the Republic of Armenia, deeply rooted in history, continue to strengthen based on principles of respect, trust and mutual understanding. We highly value the constructive nature of our interaction with Armenia. Our countries share positions on a number of pressing issues contributing to the advancement of peace, stability, and cooperation. Thank you again for your statement. Dear participants, dear colleagues, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Iraq, Mr. Abdul Latif Rashid. Please, Mr. President, the floor is yours. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellencies, distinguished dignitaries, His Excellency Sardar Berdi Muhammad, President of the Republic of Turkmenistan, At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude and sincere appreciation to the leadership of Turkmenistan for the generous hospitality, warm reception, and the excellent organization of this important forum held on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality and the adoption of the UN General Assembly of the resolution proclaiming the year 2025 as International Year of Peace and Trust. We gathered today at a critical juncture in world affairs. Many regions are witnessing conflict, confrontation, and wars that cast a shadow directly or indirectly over the entire world, with far-reaching economic and social repercussions. The gravity of this phase obliges us all to take decisive and serious steps to end these conflicts and alleviate the suffering of peoples. Over recent decades, Iraq has endured the heavy legacy of wars and conflicts, tyranny and terrorism, resulting in enormous losses that exhausted both the state and society, cost paid dearly by the Iraqi people. These challenges paralyzed the national economy and halted the process of construction, reconstruction, and prosperity. Yet today's reality demonstrates that Iraq is steadily advancing toward a new chapter. Today, Iraqis continue their efforts to strengthen security and stability, improve socio-economic conditions, support reconstruction and development, achieve the goals of sustainable development, and establish balanced and effective relations with the regional international surroundings. These relations are grounded in the principles of peace, cooperation, and the rejection of wars and conflicts, particularly in the Middle East. After many years of isolation and estrangement, Iraq is reclaiming its pivotal role at both regional and international levels. Our country is currently chairs the summit of a League of Arab States, leads the G77 plus China, and plays an active role in international and United Nations organizations across political, economic, and development fields. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, no one can deny the magnitude of the protracted crisis that has afflicted the Middle East for decades, leaving deep scars on the region and the world. Foremost among these is the ongoing the people who are subject to various forms of violence, killing, starvation, displacement, and the destruction of cities and homes before the eyes of the international community. No genuine peace or stability in the region can be achieved without just and comprehensive settlement of Palestinian question through the implementation of relevant international resolutions and the granting of the Palestinian people their legitimate rights to establish an independent state. The national community must assume its legal and moral responsibility to end the suffering of a people who seek nothing more than their fundamental rights to land, identity, and a secure future like all other peoples of the world. We also call upon the international community to take serious steps to establish security and stability in the region, to halt the continued attacks by the entity against Syria and Lebanon, and previously against the state of Qatar and Islamic Republic of Iran, and to prevent the Middle East from sliding into war in which there will be no winners. Iraq calls for the renewal of diplomatic efforts between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the international community to reach fair agreements that ensure the Iranian people's right to a dignified life. We also welcome the we reaffirm our support for all international efforts aimed at ending the Russian-Ukrainian war now in its fourth year, which has profound negative consequences worldwide. We stress the importance of intensifying dialogue between the two parties to reach settlement that brings this conflict to an end. Likewise, we support all peace initiatives intended to resolve conflicts and promote global peace. Iraq reiterates its firm commitment to build balanced relations with all parties and to upholding dialogue and rapprochement as the optimal path for resolving conflicts and disputes regionally and globally. The shared interests of our peoples are far greater and deeper than what divides us. Moreover, the economic and environmental challenges facing our world today demand sincere cooperation and effective coordination founded on solidarity, trust, and shared responsibility. Our common goal is a dignified life that preserves human dignity and promotes prosperity. In conclusion, I once again extend my thanks to and appreciation to the leadership of Turkmenistan and to the friendly Turkmen people for organizing this important forum. I wish it every success and the fulfillment of its noble objectives. Peace be upon you and the mercy of blessings of Allah. Thank you. Dear Mr. Abdul Latif Rashid, thank you for your insightful speech. You have touched upon the very important issues related to strengthening international stability and developing a dialogue. Currently, the interstate partnership between our countries is based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, and mutual benefit. I'm pleased to note that the relations between Turkmenistan and the Republic of Iraq are gaining new momentum, which will create additional opportunities for expanding political, economic, and humanitarian ties. Thank you again. Dear participants of the International Forum, now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency the President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, Mr. Carlos Manuel Villanova. Please, Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président de la République, Mesdames et Messieurs le chef d'État et de
Dear
gouvernement,
Mr. President,
chers amis, Excellences,
ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, and I would like to sincerely congratulate Turkmenistan for its permanent neutrality and 30th anniversary. This neutrality has been recognized and pursued and maintained by the country. It's not only a legal principle, but it's a moral and civilization choice for that island state like Sao Tome and Principe, which is located in the Guinea Gulf, and it's not an abstraction, but it's one of the conditions of our sovereignty, and we need the sea resources and for our development. We also acknowledge that the regional stability and cooperation and respect for international law are one of the foundations of the small island countries to develop in an uncertain world. Neutrality remains one of the important tools for maintaining peace. The commitment to peace and readiness for dialogue and trust to rule of law are the strong factors. These tools call for multilateral cooperation and peaceful settlement of disputes and solidarity among the nations. In this regard, this complies with our views and policies. And this is vital for the economic partnership and for an openness. The second, the neutrality is one of the forces, driving forces for economic cooperation. In the epoch of energy and technological transformations, we need trust where the trade is certain. Neutral states winning the competition may create various sustainable and vital partnerships. For small economies, stability is very important to attract investments and develop infrastructure and ensure food and energy security. The third, the neutrality is as an obligation with regard to climate and ocean. Our island countries face challenges with the rise of sea levels and erosion of coastal sites and worsening of fish worsening of food. We daily see that the world is we daily see that the world is facing challenges with regard to environment, and we are for we are for expanding neutrality for the sake of a climate, biodiversity, and oceans, based on the latest scientific data and fair financing and exchange of ecologically clean, environmentally clean technology. Saint Tome and Principe is ready to cooperate in the field of monitoring oceans and sustainable fisheries and protecting the forests and training youth related to sea. And on behalf of Saint Tome and Principe, I thank you all. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. President, for your insightful speech. We highly appreciate your country's commitment to the principles of peaceful coexistence and constructive dialogue on global stage. Turkmenistan views cooperation with Sao Tome and Principe within international organization as an important component of the shared commitment to sustainable development and mutual understanding between states. It is confident that this cooperation will continue to strengthen in a spirit of mutual respect. Thank you again for your contribution to the forum.
Уважаемые участники форума, позвольте предоставить слово его превосходительству, премьер-министру Исламской Республики Пакистан, господину Миян Мухаммед Шехбаз Шарифу. Пожалуйста, слово вам, господин Шехбаз Шариф.
Now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Please, the floor is yours.
His Excellency Sardar Bardi Mohammadov, President of Turkmenistan, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi, and a very good afternoon. I am delighted to be in the magnificent city of Ashgabat, where the serene beauty of its white marble pleases the eye and the warmth of its people touches the soul for this landmark meeting of the International Forum on Peace and Trust. Although it is my first visit to this great country, but I do not feel like a stranger here. The spirit of Turkmen hospitality, Mehman Atadan Olu. A guest must be shown the highest respect, sometimes even more than to one's own family. Indeed makes every guest feel at home. His Excellency Gurbanguly Bardi Mohammadov, national leader of the Turkmen people, and His Excellency Sardar Bardi Mohammadov, President of Turkmenistan, are brothers to me and enduring pillars of Pakistan-Turkmenistan friendship. I wish to take this opportunity to felicitate the leadership of Turkmenistan on the 30th anniversary of its permanent neutrality and on the success of its initiative for designation of 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust by the United Nations. Excellencies, this has been an extraordinary year for Pakistan. We began the year by assuming our place as non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, where we are striving to uphold global peace and security. While we persevere in this quest for peace, the scourge of terrorism is, however, raising its head yet again, and this time, unfortunately, Afghan soil. As we are dealing with this menace, we need the international community to urge the Afghan Taliban regime to fulfill its international obligations and commitments and rein in terrorist elements operating from its territory. And meanwhile, we are very grateful to our brotherly countries, Qatar, Turkey, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, UAE and Iran for their sincere desire and efforts to achieve permanent ceasefire, which, as I speak, is still very fragile. Excellencies, peaceful resolution of disputes is a cornerstone of Pakistan's foreign diplomacy. It is in the same spirit that Pakistan supported the Gaza peace plan and its subsequent endorsement by the UN Security Council. The unanimous adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2788 earlier this year was a strong endorsement of Pakistan's vision for the peaceful settlement of disputes. As part of the group of 8 Arab Islamic countries, we hope that the ongoing peace efforts in the Middle East will ultimately protect and save the lives of innocent Palestinians, ensuring a lasting and permanent ceasefire, allow the flow of critical humanitarian aid, and help in the reconstruction of Gaza. Pakistan has been and shall continue to support all efforts aimed at upholding the inalienable right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, as well as for the brave and resilient Kashmiri people. Excellencies, the pursuit of lasting peace is intrinsically linked to the path of sustainable development. In this regard, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development presents a universal blueprint for a better and peaceful world. Socio-economic development and the welfare of our people are my government's foremost priority. We have made significant strides in several key areas, including by advancing financial inclusion, bringing women and the marginalized into the economic mainstream. In the face of global warming, Pakistan has demonstrated its strong commitment to undertake cleaner and greener solutions, transforming our landscape and setting a global example in ecosystem restoration. However, like many developing nations, our quest for sustainable development is facing the headwinds of climate-induced disasters and inequities in international economic relations. We have suffered in 2023 devastating floods, faced human life losses and economic losses. And then again, this year, we have faced catastrophic situation because of climate change devastations. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change, poverty, and inequality are not isolated challenges. These are transnational threats that demand international solutions built on foundation of shared responsibility and unity of purpose. Access to advanced technologies, especially digital technologies, must also be equitable and without any kind of discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to His Excellency Gur Bengali Bardi Mohammadov and His Excellency Sardar Bardi Mohammadov for convening this very timely and important event and for dedicating their lives to the purpose of global peace and trust. I appeal to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to let this forum serve as a genuine call to action and urgent action for a new paradigm of international relations where we move from zero-sum mindsets to purposeful cooperation. Let us invest in connectivity, not just as conduits for transportation of goods, but as bridges for people, ideas, and prosperity. Let us commit to resolve disputes peacefully through dialogue and diplomacy, and reaffirm our earnest commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter. And let us together chart a common course towards a future defined by peace, mutual trust, and shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long, the seeds of hatred and conflict have overshadowed our world. Today, let the dove of peace take flight once more. Filling the air we breathe with its gentle grace and guiding humanity towards a brighter, more compassionate tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Dear Mr. Muhammad Shehbaz Sharif, thank you for your insightful statement. Turkmenistan highly values its cooperation with the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, which is based on mutual understanding and commitment to shared goals. This approach creates a solid foundation for promising projects for the prosperity of both peoples. Our countries consistently cooperate in a number of areas which contributes to strengthening stability and expanding opportunities for development in the region. Thank you for your statement. Thank you. Distinguished participants, and I would like to leave the floor to our next speaker, to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Georgia, Mr. Irakli Kobakhidze. Please, Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here at this important forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust, a commemoration established by the UN at the initiative of Turkmenistan. I extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Turkmenistan for its steadfast commitment to promoting dialogue, cooperation, and constructive engagement at both the regional and global levels. The theme of our session, Peace and Trust, a unity of goals for a sustainable future, resonates deeply with Georgia's values and foreign policy priorities. Today, more than ever, the global community faces complex challenges, ranging from geopolitical tensions and armed conflicts to climate change and economic instability. In this context, the principles of peace and trust are not just ideals, but the most essential tools for ensuring global stability. Living with the reality of ongoing occupation of our two historic regions, Georgia views peace not merely as a policy choice, but as an existential priority. Despite global economic and geopolitical challenges, Georgia, situated at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, stands as a success story. Guided by a clear vision of lasting peace, the country has continued to develop steadily, maintaining macroeconomic stability, achieving impressive growth, and demonstrating exceptional economic resilience. These achievements are a direct reflection of the government's guiding strategy. Peace creates predictability, and predictability in turn lays the foundation for sustainable economy. Georgia has maintained a stable trend of economic growth for several consecutive years. Between 2021 and 2024, Georgia recorded one of the highest economic growth rates globally, averaging 9.8%. GDP per capita in USD has more than doubled compared to 2020. The trend of high economic growth is expected to continue in the coming years, as confirmed by assessments from reputable international financial institutions. With its positive economic momentum, Georgia sees itself as an active facilitator of regional cooperation, building both physical and diplomatic bridges across the region. The Middle Corridor linking Asia and Europe is central to this vision. It is designed not only to facilitate trade, but also to strengthen mutual economic interdependence, the most durable foundation of trust among nations. Indeed, the Middle Corridor is more than a transport route. It is a corridor of trust connecting people, businesses, and cultures across the continent. Guided by its clear focus on peaceful policy, Georgia seeks to contribute to regional stability by offering a neutral and reliable space for dialogue in the South Caucasus. We have initiated and facilitated discussions aimed at reducing tensions and establishing channels of communication between neighbors, demonstrating our commitment to fostering a more stable and cooperative regional environment. Georgia remains fully committed to collaborating with its partners to transform the ideals of the International Year of Peace and Trust into concrete and lasting progress. We believe that a sustainable future requires both dialogue and action, and that our common goals rely on a shared purpose and effort. Together we can build a more secure, stable, and sustainable future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Irakli Kobakhidze, thank you for your insightful statement, which highlighted important aspects related to strengthening regional stability and promoting the principles of international dialogue. These are key areas to ensure long-standing, long-term growth and connectivity. Our countries, in particular, maintain constructive and friendly relations based on mutual respect and a desire to expand cooperation. Thank you again. Distinguished participants, now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency the Prime Minister of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ali Asadov. Please, Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Dear Sadyr Gurbangulyevich, dear heads of state and government, dear delegates of plenary session, at outset, I would like to thank the Turkmen side for its hospitality and excellent organization of this event. Azerbaijan highly values everlasting neutrality policies of Turkmenistan, officially recognized and supported by the United Nations and deeply respected. Turkmenistan has confidently proved by this pathway forward in over 30 years that the neutrality is not a mere foreign policy standpoint, but can be a game changer contributing to both peace and security and sustainable development. Azerbaijan has always supported the resolutions on neutrality initiated by Turkmenistan within the United Nations and has joined your country as a co-author of the resolution to proclaim 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust. We acknowledge these initiatives of the brotherly Turkmenistan as an important contribution to the global architecture of peace and security. The Republic of Azerbaijan highly appreciates the initiative of Turkmenistan to create a neutrality university under the United Nations umbrella and expresses its readiness to take an active part in the work of this university. This July, Baku has hosted the Azerbaijan-Turkmenistan International Scientific Conference dedicated to the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's eternal neutrality and also the International Year of Peace and Trust. Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan are both the members to the non-aligned movement, the second largest international institution following the United Nations. Both nations consistently demonstrate their commitment to the fundamental principles of the movement as they play an important role in promoting constructive dialogue, mutual understanding, and solidarity. During our chairmanship in the movement in 2019-2023, we have put forward several important projects aimed at expanding humanitarian cooperation, fostering the movement's institutional potential, and increasing its role and political significance at the international arena by effectively coordinating the activities of this institution. Dear meeting participants, Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan are bound by traditional friendly and brotherly ties based on deep historical roots, moral and cultural values. Over recent years, the relations between Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan has passed a wave of dynamic development, and leaders of both countries have had mutual visits and meetings this year, and it has turned a new page in bilateral relations and elevated the strategic partnership level. I'm particularly pleased to note the visit of the chairman of Halk Maslahati of Turkmenistan, esteemed Gurbanguly Malikuliyevich, to Azerbaijan this July, which has exceptionally contributed to the development of Azerbaijani-Turkmen relations. President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, esteemed Ilham Aliyev, has also paid a working visit to Turkmenistan this year by participating at trilateral high-level meeting with the participation of Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. This event has turned out into an important platform to expand the regional cooperation and foster multifaceted interaction. The collaboration between Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan cover wider areas, including economic, transport, and energy sectors. No doubt, the Caspian Sea is the factor uniting our nations and playing a crucial role in the economic life of our countries. The efforts put to maintain the Caspian Sea as a zone of peace, welfare, stability and security open up opportunities to create conditions that are necessary for our trade, economic and cultural ties, and, of course, the development of business and tourism. The important transportation routes crossing the Caspian Sea cover interests of regional countries and create new perspective to solidify economic and trade ties appropriately. Dear meeting participants, residents of liberated city of Fizuli have recently addressed a letter of thanks to esteemed Gurbanguly Malikuliyevich for his initiative to build the Fizuli Mosque, with a groundbreaking ceremony taking place in the framework of the Summit of Organization of Turkic States held in Gabala this October. We also highly value the brotherly support of Turkey for their support. We appreciate the support of our Uzbek, Kazakh and Kyrgyz brothers to build the Mirza Ulugh Secondary School in the city of Fizuli, the Kurmangazi Children's Art Center, and also the Manas School in Agdam. All of this, no doubt, will always live in the heart of Azerbaijani people as a clear example of our people's unity. The relations of Azerbaijan with Central Asian nations do really have a unique character. The adoption of Azerbaijan as a full-fledged participant at the consultative meeting of heads of Central Asian states has a special importance for us. We are united by centuries-long bonds of common history, moral and cultural heritage, brotherhood, friendship, and solidarity. Dear meeting participants, and in conclusion, I renew my thanks to Turkmen side for organizing this event. Taking into account that this meeting coincides with International Neutrality Day marked in Turkmenistan, that is seen also as a national holiday, I cordially congratulate the brotherly people of Turkmenistan and wish peace and welfare. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Mr. Ali Hidayatoglu, I express my gratitude to you for your detailed statement. The areas of regional cooperation, you have highlighted our important foundation for promoting peace, stability, and mutual understanding. Turkmenistan plays a particular importance on cooperation with the Republic of Azerbaijan in the context of its policy of permanent neutrality. I'm confident that our commitment to the principles of peaceful coexistence and open dialogue creates favorable conditions for expanding joint initiative, both bilaterally and within the UN and other reputable international platforms. Thank you again for your statement. Distinguished participants, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Mr. Russell Memo Dlamini. Please, Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the President Sadyr Muhammadov, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished representatives of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, it is a profound honor for the Kingdom of Eswatini to address this historic forum on the occasion of the International Year of Peace and Trust, the International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. On behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III, the government and the people of Eswatini, I convey our warmest congratulations and deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Sadyr Muhammadov and the brotherly people of Turkmenistan for their gracious hospitality and for 3 decades of exemplary dedication to peace, trust, and preventive diplomacy. Your Excellency, 30 years ago, Turkmenistan made the courageous choice of permanent neutrality, a policy of non-participation in military alliances, of open friendship with all nations, and of resolute commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes. Recognized and endorsed 3 times by the United Nations General Assembly, this choice has transformed Turkmenistan into a trusted platform for dialogue and living embodiment of the culture of peace. As I reflect on this milestone, I see a striking and inspiring parallel with our own foundational national philosophy in the Kingdom of Eswatini, Anginasitsa, which means I have no foe. Anginasitsa is the heartbeat of Eswatini statecraft. It is our solemn declaration that we regard no nation as an enemy, that we will never initiate aggression, that our territory will never be used
against others, and that every difference must be resolved through patient dialogue and mutual respect. Like Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality, Angna-Sitsa is not withdrawal from the world. It is the highest form of engagement, an active, principled commitment to peace. Your Excellency, the Kingdom of Eswatini is unique in Southern Africa, having been governed with peace and rooted wisdom throughout its entire history. We attained our independence through peaceful means alone, and we have preserved unbroken stability across generations. It is important to remember that in any conflict there is no true winner. The alternative to war is always better. Although the world is increasingly confronted with disputes, these challenges must be addressed through dialogue, negotiation, and perseverance. We must never give up on peaceful solutions. These convictions flow from values and traditions deeply rooted in faith, historical and time-tested values that have enabled us to build a cohesive and democratic system of governance in which traditional leaders continue to play a vital role in sustaining harmony and shaping the country's development path. Truthfulness serves as our compass. Integrity is our guiding star. We bring these very values into our multilateral engagements and contributions to the international community, ensuring that our participation is always anchored in honesty, respect, and the consistent upholding of our national interest. Multilateralism for Eswatini must never mean simple following the majority for its own sake, but it must be grounded in sovereign equality and the courage to remain true to oneself. Excellencies, we therefore see in Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality a powerful reflection of our own Angna-Sitsa philosophy. Nations from different regions and histories arriving at the same profound truth. A country contributes most to global peace when it refuses to add fuel to any fire and instead declares with quiet strength, I have no enemy. As the Kingdom of Eswatini prepares to assume the chairmanship of the SADC organ Troika on politics, defense and security cooperation, we will carry forward both the spirit of Angna-Sitsa and the inspiring example of Turkmenistan's neutrality, promoting African-led solutions, preventive diplomacy, and dialogue in full harmony with the objectives of this forum and that of the General Assembly resolutions 78266 and 79274. We look forward to the thematic sessions and to supporting the adoption of the Ashgabat Declaration on Peace and Trust for 2025, and confident that it will further strengthen the global culture of peace, trust, and neutrality-inspired cooperation. In the words of His Majesty King Mswati III, we do need one another in building and supporting our development initiative in our respective countries. Today, Eswatini reaffirms that sustainable peace is achieved when nations guided by philosophies of having no foe, permanent neutrality, choosing trust over suspicion, dialogue over division, and friendship over enmity. May the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan endure. May the principle of I have no foe resonate the world over. The above underpinned by international peace, trust, and cooperation. And may the Almighty God bless our shared endeavors. I thank you, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. Russell Dlamini, thank you for your insightful speech in keeping with its legal status of permanent neutrality. Turkmenistan places a great importance on developing friendly and constructive relations with all states, including those on the African continent. Turkmenistan highly values the Kingdom of Eswatini's commitment to the principles of peaceful interaction and respectful dialogue between states. These approaches largely align with the core principles of Turkmenistan's policy of permanent neutrality, which aims to promote peace, stability, and equality in the international arena. Once again, I express my gratitude to you for your statement. Distinguished participants, let me now give the floor to His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, Mr. Myo Soe. Please, the floor is yours.
His Excellency Mr. Sadi Muavadov, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Myanmar delegation would like to express its sincere appreciation to the government of the people of Turkmenistan for its warm hospitality accorded to us. It is a great honor to attend the important forum convened in observance of the International Year of Peace and Trust 2025. Turkmenistan leadership in hosting this forum highlights its valued contributing to promoting dialogue, mutual understanding, and cooperative approaches to peace and stability. Trust is the foundation of international stability, cooperation, and sustainable development. Without trust, lasting peace cannot be achieved. With trust, even the most complex challenges can be overcome. This year's commemoration carries special significance as it coincides with the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. Over 3 decades, Turkmenistan has demonstrated how the principle of peace, mutual respect, dialogue, and neutrality can contribute to harmonious relations not only within the region, but across the international community. Turkmenistan's steadfast commitment to peaceful coexistence, confidence building, and constructive diplomacy are commendable and exemplary. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in our interconnected world, we face new challenges in international relations, security, economy, and environment. To address these challenges, we must strengthen our commitment to peace, mutual respect, and trust. As a founding member of the non-aligned movement, Myanmar has consistently upheld its principles, guided by 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, contribute to dialogue, understanding, and cooperation among nations. Myanmar's foreign policy promotes friendly relations and regional cooperation, contributes global peace and a just economic order. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although Myanmar enjoys amicable relations with all countries, it has faced significant challenges in recent years, including the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters. The pandemic alone tragically claimed 19,494 lives. This was followed by Cyclone Mocha in 2023, Typhoon Yagi in 2024, and the 7.7 magnitude earthquake in 2025, which together resulted in over 4,397 deaths and caused damages exceeding $11 billion. Despite these trials, Myanmar remains committed to resilience, recovery, and cooperation with the international community. In the wake of these crises, I wish to convey, on behalf of the government and people of Myanmar, our profound gratitude to the international community for their thoughtful wishes and timely generous assistance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, preparations are underway to hold a general election on 28 December 2025, a moment of great importance for us. A total of over 4,900 candidates representing 57 political parties will participate in the election. To ensure a free and fair electoral process, international observer teams have been inviting, including delegates from 18 countries and diplomats from 100 embassies, both within Myanmar and abroad. I think in this regard, I would like to extend the invitation to Your Excellency to dispatch an observer team and to acknowledge Myanmar's electoral process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather as an overarching theme of peace and trust, unity of goals for a sustainable future, Myanmar reaffirms its commitment to peace and its determination to work with all nations to strengthen cooperation, deepen mutual understanding, and advance our shared efforts toward a safer, more stable, and prosperous world for all. Through this forum, I am confident the constructive spirit of peace and neutrality embodied by the Turkmenistan will continue to inspire our collective efforts to achieve our objectives both today and in the years ahead. I thank you, Mr. President.
Уважаемый господин Ньюсо, благодарю вас за содержательное выступление.
Dear Mr. Newso, thank you for your insightful presentation. The aspects of international cooperation and trust building you highlighted are of practical value for expanding cooperation between states. Turkmenistan is developing cooperation with the Republic of the Union of Myanmar in line with its policy of permanent neutrality based on respect, dialogue, and a constructive approach. We consider it important to continue contacts both bilateral and within multilateral frameworks. Thank you for your statement. Distinguished participants of the forum, let me once again to express my gratitude to all participants of the International Forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust, International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. The statements, proposals, and ideas voiced today by the esteemed heads of delegations will serve as a basis for further work to strengthen the Institute of Peace and Trust. Overall, it can be noted that our current forum invites participants to thoroughly explore the possibilities of utilizing neutrality tools for these purposes. In this regard, I propose to take a short break and continue forum's work with the discussion of multilateral cooperation and partnership aimed at promoting development and the culture of peace. And now we announce a short break, after which the plenary session will resume its work. Thank you for your kind attention.
По рации выйди, скажи, чтобы микан спустился с микрофоном.
The distinguished participants of the International Forum, honored guests in the International Year of Peace and Trust, our country, together with the global community, is widely celebrating the 30th anniversary of the international recognition of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. This significant date is an important event for the independent Turkmen state and represents a new milestone in its foreign policy. The fact that the legal status of our independent state's neutrality has been recognized 3 times by the United Nations further elevates the international standing of our motherland as a state striving to unite the efforts of the world community for the sake of strengthening universal peace and harmony, for establishing and developing international relations based on mutual understanding and trust. Distinguished participants, Dear guests, once again, I warmly welcome you to the International Forum held on the occasion of the International Day of Neutrality and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. Distinguished guest, and now I would like to continue my statement in Russian, one of the official languages of the United Nations. Distinguished heads and members of delegations, I sincerely welcome you to Turkmenistan and express my deep gratitude for your active participation in the International Forum of Peace and Trust, which has brought together leaders and representatives of many countries of the world, reputable international organizations, politicians, diplomats, and public figures. The high level of representation at this important political event is a clear testament to the respect and trust shown toward Turkmenistan, as well as recognition of its constructive role in international politics and its contribution to preserving and strengthening global peace and security. The thematic focus of this forum covers a wide range of issues, including the consolidation of stability, ensuring consistent and sustainable development of states across the planet, consideration of a number of social and humanitarian measures, as well as other matters currently on the global agenda. Distinguished participants, throughout the 2025, within the framework of International Year of Peace and Trust, Turkmenistan, together with its partners from other countries, multilateral organizations and institutions, has carried out targeted and constructive foreign policy work. This work was undertaken at various levels in regional and international forums, united by a common goal: creating conditions for the effective development of international relations in the positive direction, restoring trust in the world politics, and promoting a culture of respectful dialogue. Today, these principles and goals are especially relevant. It's natural that amid a diversity of approaches to many aspects of global affairs, the initiative of Turkmenistan to proclaim 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust, and the resolution adopted in this regard by the United Nations General Assembly has become an important and symbolic event of the contemporary agenda. It was highly appreciated by the UN member states, the entire world community, political and diplomatic circles, and by those involved in decision-making in the field of international relations. Many countries saw in this initiative an opportunity to create a constructive and respectful atmosphere for discussing the most pressing global challenges. Of course, our initiative was not a random step. It represents the logical continuation of Turkmenistan's long-standing efforts as a peace-loving, neutral state aimed at ensuring peaceful, stable, and sustainable international processes and at forming the conditions for resolving complex situations exclusively through political and diplomatic means. The International Year of Peace and Trust provides such an opportunity, and its significance today takes on truly global dimension. Due to various circumstances, the world is going through difficult times. In this regard, more than ever before, the cohesion of all responsible, healthy, peace-loving forces, their unity and determination to counter negative phenomena and threats to undermine the global security architecture are necessary. By advancing the initiative of peace and trust based on dialogue as the only viable and realistic approach to current global challenges, Turkmenistan proceeds from the need to use more actively and effectively the entire arsenal of politics and diplomacy, public opinion, historical experience, and the accumulated humanitarian and cultural heritage. This requires a constructive mobilization of capacities, political maturity, and will and principle on the part of the world community of all states, regardless of their political system, size, population, and other factors. Today we are all bearing responsibility for the future of our planet. When speaking about the mechanism for such cooperation, I first and foremost refer to the potential of the UN. We must use the capabilities of the UN, the only international organization with the universal legitimacy and mandate. Cooperation under the platform of peace and trust requires internationally recognized political and legal foundation and the clear principles enshrined in the UN Charter: equality, mutual respect, and non-interference in sovereign affairs. Adhering to these principles means preserving peace, ensuring predictability, and rebuilding the foundations of civilized communication. In promoting the concept of peace and trust today, along with the traditional diplomacy, it is essential to involve interparliamentary dialogue as well as women's and youth diplomacy. Turkmenistan is doing much in this area. In recent years, Turkmenistan has hosted several major events in this direction, including large international and regional forums. We proceed from the understanding that public diplomacy can and should become an important support for official diplomacy, with additional tools to influence political decision-making. An essential role in establishing respectful and constructive interstate relations belongs to information dialogue. We see it as an important component of our initiative of peace and trust, as well as of Turkmenistan global concept, which was put forward. Dialogue is a guarantee of peace. We need to use mass media solely for constructive purposes. To this end, barriers must be created against cybercrime and the dissemination of biased information in the media space. We view cooperation under the platform of peace of trust as a systematic and continuous process of international dialogue aimed at the future. It should cover a wide range of activities. In this context, we consider it important to extend the criteria of peace and trust to the resolution of universal tasks as the environmental change, access to clean water and air, modern healthcare, inclusive education, food security, and other important social matters. We propose, together with partners from interested countries and international organizations, developing a new promising roadmap for cooperation under the auspices of peace and trust. We stand ready to discuss both substantive and organizational aspects of this initiative. Distinguished participants, today it's the 12th of December. Turkmenistan celebrates a historic date, the 30th anniversary of the international recognition of our state's permanent neutrality. During this period, Turkmen neutrality has demonstrated its viability and full compliance with national goals, strategic objectives, and global benchmarks. The effectiveness and stabilizing impact of Turkmenistan's neutrality on regional processes, the development and strengthening of fraternal, friendly, and mutually beneficial relations between the states of Central Asia and neighboring countries and regions, our traditional partners, is undeniable. Practice has shown that the fundamental principles of Turkmenistan's neutrality fully align with the interests and priorities of the UN and support the implementation of its broad programs and strategies. Our country has always been ready to place its neutrality at the service of peace, mutual understanding, cooperation, and the achievement of the sustainable development goals. Permanent neutrality defines both the objectives of Turkmenistan on the international stage and the means of achieving them, including such instruments as preventive diplomacy, active peacemaking, and mediation functions. Turkmenistan has put forward a number of initiatives, including the establishment of an UN mediation chamber and granting neutral and non-aligned states the status of priority partners of the UN in its peace-building efforts. We also advocate expanding the geographic scope and strengthening the mandate of UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy. In this context, I would like to underline that for Turkmenistan, neutrality is not merely a model of foreign policy. It is the foundation of our worldview, our understanding of our role and responsibility as a state and as a nation, and our unique contribution to modern civilization. Neutrality, peace, and trust, mutual respect and understanding, these principles today define the essence of Turkmenistan's domestic and foreign policy and have been enshrined at the legislative level. And therefore, our neutrality is immutable, unaffected by external circumstances, temporary or situational factors. Turkmenistan strictly aligns and will continue to align all approaches to global regional and bilateral matters, as well as its initiatives and practical actions with its status of permanent neutrality. Dear friends, our forum is a clear and concrete message to the world, a call for greater responsibility, foresight, solidarity, and the consolidation of the international community's efforts in the name of peace and progress. We believe that the concepts of peace and trust as a fundamental political and philosophical categories will gain the support of the community of nations and will serve as a platform for building a modern, strong, and coherent global architecture for the future. Much remains to be done together to improve the international climate, restore trust, and revive a culture of political dialogue. This forum is an important step in this direction. Dear friends, I wish you all participants success in their efforts for peace, mutual understanding, and cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Distinguished participants, dear friends, now I would like to give the floor to the participants of this conference. That is, I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency, Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva, Ms. Tatiana Dmitrievna Valovaya. Please, Madam, the floor is yours.
Только вас слушается. Уважаемый Гурбангулы Мелигалиевич, спасибо за такое содержательное выступление и за выдвинутые инициативы. Уважаемые участники форума, дорогие друзья, для меня большая честь присутствовать в гостеприимном Ашхабаде по поводу Международного дня нейтралитета.
Dear friends, it's a great honor for me to participate in this international forum on the occasion of the recognition of the permanent neutrality status of Turkmenistan. On December 12, 1995, it was adopted a historical resolution. Let me to congratulate the leadership of Turkmenistan and all citizens of Turkmenistan on this significant date. And first of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Turkmenistan for the activity of Turkmenistan which is carried out in Geneva and in headquarters of Geneva under the support of Turkmenistan. There was held an event which was dedicated to the issues of struggling against war and conflicts. This event was of great a great importance, especially in ensuring peace in the whole world and dialogue and trust between countries. It is the main aspect at present time. In 2024, there were 61 war conflicts in the world, and it is the maximum level beginning from the World War II. And the humanitarian crises are taking place in the whole world. Many people they lose their lives, and conflicts change their characters. There are also cyber attacks which increase in the world, and there is a head in the social networks. And all these influence the world. It also influences the usage of artificial intelligence. No one country cannot cannot solve these issues alone. We need global cooperation and sustainable development. And this year, when we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations organization, it is clearly showing that equality is a very important thing, which is based on mutual respect and mutual trust. And General Assembly of the UN adopted the resolution on proclaiming this year as Day of International Peace, and Turkmenistan's initiatives were of great importance in this case. And one of the main important events which was held in Turkmenistan, it was the third UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, which was held in Avaza. And some days ago there was a conference in Avaza, the issues of which were dedicated to the role of women in society. And the women play an important part in the life of the landlocked countries. Everything depends on the transit routes through neighboring countries. And being one of these countries, Turkmenistan actively participates in the agenda of the transport connection. And speaking about transport, by the initiative of Turkmenistan, and the importance of dialogue and preventive diplomacy is also noted in the pact. For dear participants of the forum, dear guests, in the context of today's geopolitical confrontation, dialogue and trust between countries are particularly important. Turkmenistan is an internationally recognized champion in preventing diplomacy. Since proclaiming its policy of permanent neutrality, Turkmenistan has accumulated extensive experience in this area. For 18 years now, the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia has been successfully operating in Ashgabat, collaborating with all 5 countries in the region to develop joint solutions to a wide range of regional issues. The importance of dialogue and preventive diplomacy is also noted in the Pact for the Future, adopted at the UN Future Summit in 2024. Thus, the Pact calls for ensuring political support for the peaceful resolution of disputes, strengthening the good offices of the UN Secretary-General, and promoting national prevention strategies aimed at addressing the root causes of the conflicts. If current trends continue, 2/3 of the world's population living below the poverty line will live in countries affected by the conflict or instability. Furthermore, problems such as inadequate access to basic services like popular representation at various levels of government, corruption and environmental degradation will inevitably create the basis for further outbreaks of violence. The Global Agenda for Sustainable Development provides a universal roadmap to break the cycle of war and poverty by addressing the root causes of conflict and achieving lasting sustainable peace. How is the key question, as achieving the sustainable development goals requires adaptation and specific steps in each country. In this context, today's international forum takes on particular significance for the exchange of experience and best practices to advance the CDGs both regionally and globally. Dear friends, Turkmenistan's strategic geographic location and consistent neutrality in foreign policy allow it to remain a unique mediator between Asia and the Middle East, linking countries and peoples in the name of peace. Ultimately, everything humanity strives for, dignity and hope, progress and prosperity, is possible only through peace. When peace is chosen, everyone wins. In conclusion, let me once again congratulate the people of Turkmenistan on this significant anniversary and wish everyone peaceful skies, stability and prosperity. Thank you for your attention. Esteemed Tatiana Dmitrievna, I appreciate for your substantive statement. The points you highlighted underscored the key role of international cooperation in promoting the principles of equality, maintaining a culture of peaceful dialogue, and coordinating initiatives aimed at strengthening peace and ensuring sustainable development. In this regard, the issue of consolidating multilateral cooperation mechanisms that ensure the coherence of the actions taken by the states and international institutions across various fields is of particular importance. We highly value the role of the United Nations, its bodies, agents, structures, and institutions in addressing the pressing issues on today's global agenda. Thank you. Thank you once again. Dear participants of the International Conference, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now given to Mr. Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Central Asia and head of the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, Mr. Khacha-Imnadze. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, National Leader of the Turkmen people and Chairman of Halk Maslahati of Turkmenistan, Mr. Gurbanguly Melikulevich Berdimuhamedov, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and guests of the forum, it is indeed a great honor for me to address you today at this auspicious occasion. And at the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude to the leadership of Turkmenistan, to His Excellency President of Turkmenistan, and to the National Leader of Turkmenistan for today's opportunity, and join the previous speakers in congratulating Turkmenistan on this auspicious day. Today is not simply, its significance is not only because 30 years ago Turkmenistan declared in the neutrality and United Nations granted this adopted resolution officially recognizing Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality, but because this decision set a unique precedent in the international practice, the first recognition of a state's neutrality in peacetime, which laid solid legal grounds for the development of the neutrality principles within the system of international relations. And the 30th anniversary of permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan coincides with the conclusion, as the pinnacle of it, of the International Year of Peace and Trust, which we are celebrating throughout this year, proclaimed again by the United Nations General Assembly at the initiative of Turkmenistan. And this symbolic coincidence once again underlines the country's consistent commitment to promotion of peace, trust, and sustainable development, and its contribution to the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and the Pact for the Future. Уважаемые участники форума, мы собрались в стране, где нейтралитет является не просто принципом внешней политики, а неотъемлемой частью национальной философии, глубоко укорененной в культуре, истории и традициях туркменского народа. В центральноазиатском контексте этот принцип созвучен идее Маслахата, Совета, коллективной мудрости и согласия, а также понятию тынчли, мира и спокойствия как высшей общественной ценности. Именно такое понимание мира как результата диалога, взаимного уважения и баланса придает туркменской модели нейтралитета ее особое гуманистическое измерение. Опыт Туркменистана убедительно показывает, что нейтралитет
earnestly demonstrates that neutrality is an active and responsible choice to serve as a bridge when divisions grow, to create space for dialogue when mistrust deepens, and to promote peace precisely when the global situation is becoming increasingly tense. It reflects a conscious commitment to peaceful dialogue, humanitarian engagement, and multilateral solutions. The United Nations Secretary General has repeatedly emphasized in his statements that the United Nations was created to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, and that today the world must once again return to the fundamental principles of the UN Charter, the dialogue, respect for international law, and collective responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. He has underscored that lasting peace cannot be achieved through force alone, and that only diplomacy, trust, multilateralism, and cooperation can deliver sustainable results. In this context, the role of neutral states as mediators and stabilizing factors in international affairs acquires a particular importance. Over the 3 decades, Turkmenistan has demonstrated in practice the effectiveness of its model of positive neutrality. The country has repeatedly provided its neutral territory for key international negotiations, including the inter-Tajik peace process of the 1990s, which culminated in the signing of the General Agreement on the Establishment of Peace and National Accord in 1997, as well as the United Nations facilitated 6+2 and 6+3 meetings on the Afghan settlement in 1999-2000. Turkmenistan has significantly contributed to the shaping of Central Asia as a zone of peace, trust and cooperation, actively promoting initiatives on establishing a nuclear weapon-free zone and on developing major infrastructural projects, the TAPI gas pipeline, the TAP power transmission lines, and the north-south and east-west transport corridors, which strengthen regional connectivity. In August 2025, the successful hosting of the 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries in Avaza National Tourist Zone and the adoption of Avaza Declaration with its 10-year program of action on connectivity and sustainable trade once again displayed Turkmenistan's active and responsible role in the global sustainable development agenda.
Dear colleagues, Turkmenistan's neutral status also served as a determining factor for opening the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia in Ashgabat back in 2007, the first UN instrument of this kind for conflict prevention at the regional level. The Center's initiatives are aimed at strengthening trust among the Central Asian states, facilitating dialogue on transboundary water resources, energy and connectivity, countering terrorism and extremism, and responding to the impacts of climate change and other common security challenges. For many years, the Center has served as a neutral platform for regular consultations among the 5 countries of the region, and its location in Ashgabat represents an international recognition of the role of Turkmenistan's neutrality as a practical instrument of preventive diplomacy. The United Nations highly values contribution of the government of Turkmenistan to promoting peace, trust, and preventive diplomacy, and exercises its confidence that the partnership between Turkmenistan and United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia will continue to strengthen in the interest of peace, stability, and prosperity in the entire region. Today we have heard a number of very important and interesting ideas and practical suggestions that came in the statements of President of Turkmenistan and your statement, National Leader, including the University of Peace and Neutrality, and a number of other ideas, and we stand ready to work closely with you to implement them. Once again, let me congratulate you, the leadership of Turkmenistan, the entire Turkmen people on this auspicious occasion, and wish all of us continuous success. I thank you.
Dear Mr. Kassym-Jomart, thank you for your informative speech. The issues you highlighted are highly relevant, especially in the current period. In this context, I'm confident that the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, under your leadership, whose headquarters is located in Ashgabat, will continue to actively promote initiatives aimed at strengthening peace and aimed at strengthening peace and security in our region and in the adjacent areas. We highly value the Center's practical contribution and intend to actively support the full range of activities carried out within the Center's mandate. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you. Dear participants of the International Conference, ladies and gentlemen, and now the floor is given to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Mr. Feridun Hadi Sinirlioglu. Please, Mr. Sinirlioglu, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the national leader of the Turkmen people and chair of Halk Maslahati, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, distinguished participants, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to represent the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe at this forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust. It is a particular privilege to join you during my first official visit to Central Asia in my current capacity as Secretary General of the OSCE. I congratulate Turkmenistan for the impressive program of year-long activities to mark the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations General Assembly resolution on Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. We also celebrate the International Year of Peace and Trust. Today's event is testament to Turkmenistan's long-standing commitment to promoting international dialogue on vital matters relating to international peace and security. I applaud this commitment to dialogue. This is a principle that also lies at the very heart of the OSCE. Since 1992, Turkmenistan has been a key participating state of the OSCE. Through the work of the OSCE Center here in Ashgabat, we have developed a broad program of cooperation. I wish to thank all of the countries in the region represented here today for their continued dedication to the OSCE. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the overarching theme of peace and trust is central to the mandate of the OSCE and to our founding document, the Helsinki Final Act. We marked its 50th anniversary this summer. The founding fathers and mothers of the OSCE's predecessor, the CSCE, believed that sustainable peace and security must rest on three pillars: politico-military, economic and environmental, and the human dimension. As the OSCE region today is buffeted by conflict, I am convinced that these three pillars should remain our foundation, and that security cannot and will never be guaranteed by military capabilities and deterrence alone. Peace must also be ensured through cooperation, which requires dialogue to reduce risks, to manage crises, to ensure military transparency, verification mechanisms, and arms control. This is a key message that I reiterated just last week in Vienna at the OSCE Ministerial Council. The living legacy of Helsinki is that even at times of great tension, dialogue is always possible and should always be possible. The countries of Central Asia are, I believe, emblematic of this approach. They are countries that work closely together, practicing dialogue on a daily basis. This year, indeed, was marked by historic diplomatic milestones for countries in the region, including the border delimitation agreement between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan of 13th March, the Kujant Declaration between Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan of 31st March, and the holding of the Fergana Peace Forum on 15th and 16th October. I hope today's forum will echo that message. It is possible to collaborate for the common good, even while maintaining distinct priorities and sensitivities. it is possible to settle historical disputes. Likewise, it is possible to bring an end to the wars that continue to affect our region, including in Ukraine. Diplomatic dialogue has accelerated in recent weeks, and I hope it will bear fruit. As the Turkmen poet Mahtumkuli Firaki once wrote, and I quote, "Let the loyalty to the creative thoughts, ideals of peace, justice, and progress serve as a main and clear guide in our joint work," end of quote. It is our historic responsibility. I again commend Turkmenistan for its great achievements. I thank you.
Dear Mr. Feridun Hadzi Sinirlioglu, thank you for your substantive statement. Your remarks clearly outlined the important role of the OSCE as a unique platform for dialogue integrating security, development, and the humanitarian dimension. The OSCE's approach, based on a comprehensive understanding of security, fully aligns with the philosophy of peaceful coexistence and neutrality. We will continue our constructive partnership with the OSCE and intend to further support the activities of its center in Ashgabat in the interests of peace and sustainable development. Thank you once again for providing clear guidance for further cooperation. Dear participants of the International Forum, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, Secretary General of the Economic Cooperation Organization, Mr. Asad Majid Khan. Please, Mr. Asad Majid Khan, the floor is yours.
This one. Okay, thank you. His Excellency Gurbanguly Berdi Muhammadov, National Leader, Chairman of the People's Council of Turkmenistan, esteemed guests, good morning, very good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to be part of this important international forum, joining leaders from around the world to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the adoption of UNGA resolution on Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. Over the years, this status has been reaffirmed by two subsequent UNGA resolutions, demonstrating the enduring confidence of the international community in Turkmenistan's principled and forward-looking policy of positive neutrality. This day, we also celebrate the International Day of Neutrality declared by the UN through a resolution adopted in February 2017. This year also assumes added significance as the UNGA also proclaimed 2025 as the year of peace and trust, recognizing trust as the foundation of international stability and cooperation while welcoming the convening of this forum by Turkmenistan. Distinguished guests, Turkmenistan's positive neutrality is centered on promoting goodwill, partnership, and constructive engagement with every country. This concept not only reflects the vision that Turkmen leadership had for their country, but is a national priority that has influenced and shaped Turkmenistan's foreign policy choices under the national leader, His Excellency Gurbanguly Berdi Muhammadov, and the Honorable President Sardar Berdi Muhammadov. The spirit of what Turkmenistan seeks to achieve through its position as a permanently neutral state is in fact very close to the idea of cooperation and collaboration that brought together the ECO member states originally as RCD in 1964, making it a pioneer in regional development cooperation in Asia with exclusive focus on economic issues. Renamed as ECO in 1985 and expanded in 1992, the organization provided us the opportunity to renew and refresh the historic, cultural, linguistic, economic, and religious links that countries of the ECO region have had for centuries. The Izmir Treaty, which is the charter of ECO, recognizes peace and stability as the prerequisites for economic cooperation and embraces them as key objectives of the organization by working to promote conditions for sustainable economic development. Understandably, therefore, ECO member states have been in the forefront of those who supported Turkmenistan's initiatives and endorsed the aims and principles that underpin the concept of neutrality. For us at ECO, the nexus between peace and development is inextricable, and we seek to achieve both peace and security through cooperation aimed at achieving economic growth and development in the region. Excellencies, our ability and effectiveness in securing closer and deeper trade and transport integration, tourism and investment promotion, achieving food security, combating climate change, and protecting environment in the region depends on how far we have succeeded in fostering an atmosphere of mutual trust, respect, and willingness to learn and help each other. This is the essence of what brought us together as a regional cooperation organization in the first place, and remains the basis of our continued existence as an intergovernmental organization. Turkmenistan has not only fully embraced and imbibed the spirit of this concept, but has taken practical and proactive steps to foster an atmosphere of trust and cooperation, both bilaterally and regionally, under the auspices of ECO. Distinguished participants, in an increasingly fragmented world where we are witnessing growing unilateralism and reliance on hard power rather than dialogue and engagement, weaponization of trade and financial systems, and prioritization of narrow national interests over collective good, the principles and purposes of this conference, particularly its focus on peace through trust building, becomes ever more relevant and much needed today. This conference, therefore, provides us a good opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to a value and rule-based global order, to renew and refresh our embrace of the principles of the UN Charter, to recognize and accept the nexus between peace and development, and to recommit to dialogue for strengthening trust and understanding among nations. At ECO, we consider Turkmenistan an invaluable member that has consistently and significantly contributed to the work and success of the organization. With its strategic location, rich energy resources, immense connectivity potential, and above all, political will at the highest level, Turkmenistan has consistently demonstrated its leadership and resolve to promote good neighborliness for trade expansion, transport connectivity, and environment protection, not only within ECO, but also on the global stage. Honorable guests, Turkmenistan's commitment to dialogue and collaboration in pursuit of peace and sustainable development is widely recognized. Its role as a provider of good offices and as a mediator in regional and international crises has made Turkmenistan a trusted partner and a center for dialogue and cooperation. Today, as we celebrate the International Day of Neutrality and the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to the values of peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. Together, we can build a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. In conclusion, let me extend my profound gratitude to the government and the people of Turkmenistan for the warm hospitality and excellent organization of this important conference in the beautiful and serene capital of Ashgabat. Turkmenistan has always been a gracious host, and today is no exception. Thank you for your kind attention.
Dear Mr. Asad Majid Khan, I would like to express my appreciation for your statement, for your interesting speech. Your remarks reflected once again the growing importance of economic interconnectedness as the foundation for peace and partnership. The development of transport corridors, energy cooperation, and trade linkages with the ECO region directly contributes to strengthening trust between states and to sustainable economic growth. And I would also like to underline the significance of the ECO's position on the role of neutrality and dialogue as the basis for peaceful and progressive development of our region. Once again, thank you for your speech. Dear participants of the International Forum, ladies and gentlemen, now the floor is given to Her Excellency, UN Under-Secretary General, Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Europe, Ms. Tatiana Malchan. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, National Leader, Chairman of the People Council of Turkmenistan, distinguished Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is an honor to join you in Ashgabat for this high-level forum for the International Year of Peace and Trust. From the outset, I would like to thank the leadership and the people of Turkmenistan for the warm hospitality and for their engagement with the United Nations. This year, we mark the 30th anniversary of the Day of Neutrality of Turkmenistan. Allow me to extend, on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, my sincere congratulations on this milestone. It reflects a foreign policy choice that seeks to contribute to stability, dialogue, and cooperation in a complex world. As many of the leaders mentioned today, the words peace and trust carry a particular weight. Across the globe and in the UNICE region, we are witnessing conflicts, geopolitical fractures, and an erosion of confidence between states. In such an environment, the principles of the UN Charter, respect for sovereignty, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the duty to cooperate are more essential than ever. Neutrality, when firmly anchored in these principles, can and is a stabilizing force. It can create space for dialogue when channels are closing and provide a platform for cooperation on issues that transcend borders. But peace and trust is not built only in conference halls or at negotiating tables. They are nurtured and nurtured every day through the choices that governments make and the partnerships they forge. They grow where people see their rights respected and opportunities fairly shared, so that their children can look to the future with hope. The work of UNICE reflects this understanding. Our role is to foster cooperation and integration across the pan-European region and as well in Eurasia, including with the countries of Central Asia. For decades, our legal instrument, norms and standards have helped to turn potential fault lines into areas of practical cooperation in transport, in trade, energy, environment, and beyond. Turkmenistan has been a valued partner in this endeavor. Through the UN Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia, SPECA, we have worked together to strengthen connectivity, diversify economies, and promote sustainable development across the sub-region. The last SPECA Heads of State Summit showcased the ambition of the region, of the countries from Central Asia and their partners to build an integrated, resilient and prosperous regional space. This year, Turkmenistan chaired SPECA, and the annual meeting will be hosted in Ashgabat in January 2026. And I warmly thank the government and the leadership of Turkmenistan for its excellent chairmanship of SPECA. This yet is another sign of your commitment to peaceful cooperation and sustainable development. both in the region but also globally. A very specific subject where we have vast cooperation is water. Water, and as a party to the Convention on the Protection of the Use of Transboundary Water Courses and International Lake, Turkmenistan is contributing to a rules-based framework for the joint, equitable and sustainable management of shared water resources. At a time of growing climate stress, such cooperation helps prevent conflict, protect livelihoods and support long-term development. We also value our cooperation with Turkmenistan on sustainable transport, on trade, facilitation, statistics, and on the broader implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Each of these areas may seem technical, but together they form part of the infrastructure of peace, the standards, data, and institutions that allow countries to exchange goods, share information, manage risks, and plan their future together. As we look ahead, the challenges facing this region, climate change, water scarcity, rapid technological change, and demographic shifts, this will all test our capacity for cooperation. They will also offer opportunities to deepen integration, invest in people and in green growth, and ensure that no one is left behind. UNICE stands ready to continue and to strengthen its partnership with Turkmenistan and with all of the countries from the region. We will support your efforts to harness the potential of regional cooperation, to implement international norms and standards, and to build societies that are more peaceful, more just, and more sustainable. On this 30th anniversary of the Day of Neutrality, I wish Turkmenistan and its people peace, prosperity, and success. May your journey of neutrality be one of active engagement for dialogue and cooperation, and may the spirit of peace and trust that inspires this forum guide our collective efforts in the years ahead. I thank you.
Dear Ms. Tatiana Molchan, thank you for your substantive statement. Your remarks convincingly demonstrated that sustainable development is, above all, coherence of actions and approaches. Turkmenistan, being one of the first countries in the world to introduce systemic mechanisms for the implementation of sustainable development goals, makes a significant contribution to the advancement across the UN-ECE region. Thank you once again for your insightful address. Dear participants of the International Forum, and now I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific Ocean, Ms. Armida Salsiye Alisjahbana. Please, Dr. Armida, the floor is yours.
His Excellency Mr. Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, National Leader of Turkmenistan, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to deliver my remarks at this forum on peace and trust, unity of goals for a sustainable future here in the beautiful city of Ashgabat. This forum coincides with the International Day of Neutrality and the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. These significant milestones serve as a powerful reminder of the enduring value of neutrality, a principle that fosters dialogue, mutual respect, and peaceful cooperation among nations. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the leadership of Turkmenistan and the government of Turkmenistan for their steadfast commitment to neutrality, peace, and trust. Turkmenistan's leadership provides an inspiring example of how neutrality can serve as a foundation for constructive international engagement and sustainable development. By hosting this forum, Turkmenistan reaffirms its dedication to advancing multilateralism, and strengthening both regional and global cooperation in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. This spirit of neutrality and cooperation resonates deeply with our collective efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Without peace and trust, progress towards inclusive and resilient societies cannot be sustained. At the 9th North and Central Asia Multi-Stakeholder Forum on SDGs, held earlier this year in Almaty, we reaffirm that the attainment of internationally agreed development goals is only possible through cooperation. The Awaza Political Declaration, adopted at the 3rd UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, underscored our collective commitment to implementing the 2030 Agenda, with particular attention to the unique challenges faced by landlocked developing countries. Today, as we convene in Ashgabat, let us build on this momentum. I firmly believe that neutrality fosters friendly and mutually beneficial relations between countries, promoting global peace and security. Neutrality and trust are not abstract concepts. They are tangible principles that encourage sub-regional, regional, as well as international cooperation. In this regard, we are a strong partner of Turkmenistan, facilitating sub-regional cooperation in North and Central Asia, as well as throughout Asia and the Pacific. We have identified 5 key priorities that require advanced regional and sub-regional cooperation to achieve our shared agenda for sustainable development. The first one is on water and climate. We must urgently address water scarcity, glacial retreat, and the sustainable management of transboundary water resources. These challenges are deeply interconnected with climate impacts and require collective solution. Second is on the imperative of or importance of energy access. Equitable access to affordable and sustainable energy remains essential. The water-energy nexus in Central Asia offers tremendous opportunities to expand renewable energy and accelerate the clean energy transition. Third, the imperative of infrastructure and innovation. Building and upgrading connectivity infrastructure while fostering sustainable industries and innovation ecosystems will enable deeper integration into global value chain. Fourth, on sustainable cities. Smart technologies can transform urban development, but disaster risk preparedness must remain a priority to protect communities. And finally, on partnership and financing. Reinforcing regional cooperation, mobilizing financing for development, and promoting inclusive multi-stakeholder partnership are critical to ensuring that no one is left behind. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we stand ready to support you in your pursuit of sustainable development. Together, through peace, trust, and unity of purpose, we can accelerate progress toward the 2030 Agenda and ensure a sustainable future for all. Let us seize this opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment and move forward with renewed determination. I wish you all a very successful forum. Thank you very much.
Dear Dr. Armida Salsiach Alisjahbana, I express my appreciation for your interesting remarks, for your interesting speech. ESCAP plays a key role in developing modern solutions in the areas of transport, digitalization, smart cities, modern cities, and climate resilience. We highly value the Commission's contribution to shaping a new economic profile of the Asia-Pacific region. I am confident that our cooperation with ESCAP will continue to serve the cause of peace, prosperity, and sustainable development for all countries of the region. Thank you once again. Dear participants of the conference, dear friends, and now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency, the Secretary General of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Mr. Nurlan Bayuzokovich Ermekbayev. Please, Nurlan Bayuzokovich, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency Gurbanguly Melikulevich, distinguished heads of the delegations, distinguished participants of the forum, I express my deep appreciation to the chairman of the Khalq Maslahati of Turkmenistan, His Excellency esteemed Gurbanguly Melikulevich Berdimuhamedov, and to the Cabinet of Ministers of Turkmenistan for invitation and the excellent organization of the Forum of the International Year of Peace and Trust. I would like to join previous speakers in sincerely congratulating the brotherly people of Turkmenistan on the anniversary of the country's permanent neutrality. Holding this forum in the beautiful capital of neutral Turkmenistan reflects the impressive achievements of the Turkmen people in socio-economic development and the country's significant contribution in joint efforts to strengthen peace and stability. Distinguished participants of the forum, the SCO member states were among the first to recognize Turkmenistan's neutral status and have consistently supported the initiatives of this brotherly state aimed at strengthening peaceful and trust-based global dialogue. In this regard, I would like to particularly note the adoption of last year the initiative of Turkmenistan of the UN General Assembly resolution proclaiming 2025 as an International Year of Peace. On the 1st September 2025, in the Tangier Declaration, the heads of state of SCO member states reaffirmed their readiness to steadily deepen cooperation for the sake of security, stability, sustainable development of our region. The fundamental principles of the Shanghai spirit, which embody mutual trust and mutual benefit, equality, consultations, respect for cultural diversity, and the pursuit of the joint development are in many ways consonant with the noble principles of neutrality, openness to broad partnerships, receptiveness to positive global experience, and an active peace-loving position in addressing regional and global challenges. Distinguished participants of the forum, since its inception of SCO was sought the broadest cooperation with all those who value peace and sustainable development. We attach exceptional importance to close cooperation with the United Nations and other international organizations and countries that share our common values. Further strengthening and developing international cooperation with neutral Turkmenistan remains one of the priority areas of SCO's work. Your Excellency, esteemed Gurbanguly Melikulevich, let me once again congratulate you and the brotherly people of Turkmenistan on the anniversary of neutrality, to thank you for the traditional hospitality. I wish you peace and prosperity to your beautiful country. Thank you very much.
Dear Nurlan Bayuzokovich, as is well known, Turkmenistan's participation in SCO's summits as an honorary guest has become a long-standing good tradition. We value the role of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in the continental and global processes, as well as its contribution to shaping balanced system of the modern international order. Thank you once again. Dear participants of the International Forum, ladies and gentlemen, and now the floor is given to His Excellency, the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, Associate Administrator of the United Nations Development Program, to Mr. Haoliang Xiu. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov,
national leader of the Turkmen people, chairman of the Haq Maslahati of Turkmenistan, Your Excellency Mr. Sardar Berdimuhamedov, President of Turkmenistan, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations Development Programme, I'm pleased to join this important international forum, marking the conclusion of the International Year of Peace and Trust and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality. Allow me to extend our warm congratulations to the government and the people of Turkmenistan on these significant milestones. Turkmenistan's initiative on proclaiming 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust has resonated strongly at a moment when multilateralism is under strain and trust is in short supply. The year reminds us that peace is a collective choice. Humanity's security and prosperity depends on our ability to cooperate and to address challenges not as isolated actors, but as partners with shared responsibilities. In this spirit, UNDP is honored to support governments and communities on building the foundations of lasting peace. Across 170 countries and territories, UNDP helps advance inclusive governance, access to justice, responsive institutions, and the resilience to shocks. Peace begins long before crises erupt. It takes root in communities that feel heard and in systems that reduce inequalities and in opportunities that give young people a stake in their future. As the UN's technical lead on socio-economic recovery in crisis contexts, and as the largest implementer of the UN's Peacebuilding Fund, UNDP is committed to supporting peace and trust through tangible initiatives, drawing on experiences from this region and beyond. Allow me to share just a few examples. In Central Asia, UNDP works with governments to promote resilient communities and address the root causes of violent extremism, empowering young people to contribute to their community's sustainable development. In the Western Balkans, UNDP helped establish the Regional Youth Conference Office, a youth-led platform promoting cross-border exchanges and reconciliation, building bridges in a region historically marked by division. And across Africa's Sahel region, shrinking water resources, degrading ecosystems, and climate-driven livelihood pressures contribute to displacement and instability. UNDP supports regional efforts to improve climate information sharing, restore landscapes, and expand alternative livelihoods, helping communities adapt while reducing pressures that can escalate into tensions. The importance to strengthen peace and resilience has never been more urgent. Rising global tensions, climate stresses, and deepening inequalities are eroding social cohesion and undermining development gains. The Secretary General's new agenda for peace calls for rethinking multilateral cooperation and investing in prevention, placing people at the center of peace efforts. Development must be part of the solution, because there can be no peace without development, and no development without peace. Today, Turkmenistan celebrates 3 decades of internationally recognized neutrality, reflecting its dedication to dialogue and preventive diplomacy. Through this forum and other initiatives, Turkmenistan demonstrates how member states can foster cooperation to advance peace and sustainable development. UNDP values its long-standing partnership with Turkmenistan and the progress achieved together in areas such as health systems strengthening, digitalization, climate action, and inclusive green economic development. Over the past 3 decades, this collaboration has evolved into a solid framework for advancing national development priorities and supporting a sustainable, more inclusive future for the people of Turkmenistan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the momentum created by the International Year of Peace and Trust should extend well beyond 2025. Let us ensure that peace and trust are not only celebrated in declarations, but embedded in policies and partnerships that improve people's lives. UNDP stands firmly with Turkmenistan, the United Nations family, and all partners to advance peace, resilience, and opportunity for all. In conclusion, allow me to say in Turkmen, Betrapluk, Bayram Mungas, Gutli Bolsun.
I congratulate you on the Neutrality Day. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Haolansu, I express my deep gratitude for your interesting statement. The long-standing, fruitful partnership between Turkmenistan and UNDP serves as an example of effective international cooperation in the areas of institutional reform, digitalization, and socio-economic development. We highly value the practical focus of UNDP projects and are confident that further cooperation will help create the conditions for sustainable development in line with the country's priorities reflected in the recently approved UNDP country program for 2026-2030. Thank you once again. Distinguished participants of the International Forum, ladies and gentlemen, and now the next floor is given to His Excellency, Deputy Director General of UNESCO, Mr. Sintsui. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Mr. Gurbanguly Berdi Muhammedov, National Leader of the Turkmen people, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am so pleased to be here with you today, representing the Director General of UNESCO, Mr. Khalid El-Irani, on the occasion of this international forum dedicated to peace and trust and to the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. I would first of all like to thank the Turkmen authorities, and in particular, His Excellency, Chairman of the People's Council, National Leader of the Turkmen people, for hosting this forum. A member of UNESCO since 1993, Turkmenistan now have 5 sites inscribed on the World Heritage List, from the ancient Merv oasis city to the cold winter deserts of Turan, and 9 elements inscribed on the intangible cultural heritage list, including the epic art of Irakli and traditional Turkmen carpet-making art. And in a few days, in New Delhi, the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee will consider Turkmenistan's nomination of the art of breeding Turkmen alabai. Our cooperation has grown even stronger over the past years, and we have worked to promote these countries' knowledge, tradition, and heritage. We saw Ashgabat join UNESCO Creative Cities Network in 2023. We established academic partnerships through the creation of chairs dedicated to heritage and climate. And now, new institutions joined the network of UNESCO-associated schools. And we are determined to go even further. The forum that brings us today together align with the clear vision, one of the world founded on dialogue and international cooperation. A vision that UNESCO wholeheartedly shares and worked to achieve every day across all areas of its mandate. In practical terms, this means strengthening education for peace. This means constructing defenses of peace in the minds of women and men through education, culture, sciences, communication, and information. This means preserving biodiversity and assuring ethical use of new technologies. This means promoting cultural expression as a vector of dialogue and cohesion. And this means defending the freedom of speech and the safety of journalists. Today's forum and its 3 thematic sessions offer a valuable platform to those who imagine a multilateralism that is more human, more inclusive, and more action-oriented. The outcomes of this process, in particular, the final document that is currently being drafted, will serve the entire UN family, and UNESCO stands ready to lend its full support. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this forum reminds us of something essential. Peace is built over time, through dialogue, through listening, and through trust. UNESCO will remain engaged alongside you to make this ambition a reality in service of the people. Your Excellency, National Leader, let me congratulate you again on behalf of UNESCO on the 30th anniversary of the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. I thank you for your attention.
Dear Mr. Sin Tsui, I would like to express my deep gratitude to you for your interesting speech. The guidelines you highlighted demonstrate the international community's commitment to strengthening trust, promoting a culture of peace, and creating favorable conditions for sustainable development. In this context, I would like to particularly note the constructive nature of Turkmenistan's cooperation with UNESCO. We intend to further expand cooperation in the fields of education, science, culture, and preservation of tangible and intangible heritage. I would like to especially thank you as you are our, on behalf of our friend, for our alibi. Thank you once again for your interesting speech. Dear participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, let me give the floor to His Excellency, to the Director General of the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Mr. Salem bin Mohammed Al-Malik. Please, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency, National Leader Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor to speak in Turkmenistan, a nation whose leadership treasure heritage, protect dignity, uplifts identity, and elevates values that nourish peace and trust. The vision of the national leader, His Excellency Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, continues to inspire unity at home and respect abroad. This international conference on trust and peace comes at a moment when global uncertainties test convictions on one side and cooperation on the other. Yet values remains our compass when horizon grows unclear. In Islam and in every religion, values are living forces, shaping character with sincerity, guiding behaviors with responsibilities, nurturing compassion with societies. Among these values, trust stands as scared amana. Trust binds integrity to action. It strengthens cooperation with openness. It transforms intentions into durable peace. In moments of turbulence, trust steadies nations, strengthens resolves, renews confidence, and lifts hopes. At ISISCO, trust is a guiding principle. It is the foundation for our work. We focus on youth because they hold the creativity to rebuild bridges and the courage to reshape tomorrow. Through two flagship initiatives, the Leadership Training in Peace and Security and the ISISCO Youth Peace Ambassador Program, we equip young leaders with the tools to lead with empathy, responsibility, dialogue, and shared purpose. Our LTIPS now is in its 4th edition, has engaged youth and women leaders from more than 90 countries. Our Youth Peace Ambassador Network, which began with 180 young leaders, has now reached more than 200,000 youth worldwide, directly and indirectly. These programs affirm a powerful truth. When trust is cultivated in young minds, peace becomes a lived reality. This commitment reflects a broader ISISCO vision we call civilization diplomacy, an approach that sees culture as a bridge rather than barriers, and diversity as a source of enrichment rather than division. Today's theme resonates deeply with the wisdom of Turkmenistan great poet philosopher Maktoum Goli Fragi, who wrote, "Let the world be filled with friendship. Let enmity vanish among mankind." This timeless message is more than a poetry. It is a global roadmap for building trust and safeguarding peace. 1 year ago, on 18th December 2024, ISISCO proudly hosted the celebration of the 300th anniversary of Mohamed Goli Fragi at its headquarters in Rabat, in cooperation with Turkmenistan and Turkestan. We honored him because his voice transcends centuries, reminding humanity that trust is a moral duty and peace a collective achievement. Your Excellency, may I propose that an international conference in youth and neutrality, as youth are the future leader. On this conference, an initiative can be brought up, the Youth Ambassador of Neutrality. And ISISCO will be happy to be a partner with Turkmenistan government to organize such an important event. I also take this opportunity to appraise the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting the global conference of Alliance of Civilization on 14-15 December, focusing on youth and their participation and their importance as a dialogue promoter of civilization. Turkmenistan stands today as a shining example of how values endure when nations protect them and flourish when leaders champion them. And so lasting truth brings us together in this hall. Trust is the path to peace, and peace endures when trust prevails. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Dear Mr. Salem bin Mohammed Al-Malik, thank you very much for your meaningful statement and the priorities in education, science, culture, and heritage preservation highlight the importance of strengthening cooperation among the countries of the Islamic world, initiatives aimed at expanding human potential and promoting dialogue among civilizations make a significant contribution to building a sustainable and inclusive society. Thank you very much for your substantive statement. Dear participants, we have heard the statements of the heads of international organizations. These statements provide an in-depth analysis of international cooperation and at the present stage and emphasized its importance in consolidating multilateral efforts of the global community to strengthen peace and trust. Distinguished participants, we are finalizing our work. That is the forum, which is dedicated to International Year of Peace and Trust and the International Day of Neutrality and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's neutrality. This meeting featured important ideas and concepts, valuable assessments and proposals that will undoubtedly receive due support and understanding and will be applied in real political, diplomatic work in cooperation with partnership among states, as well as in the activities of international associations and organizations. The uniqueness of this forum lies in its openness and in the participants' readiness to jointly seek solutions to the most important issues of our time, their ability to perceive different viewpoints, and their respectful attitude to the arguments and positions of others. This is the essence of a dialogue as the most promising, rational, perhaps the only path that can yield truly significant results, create conditions for achieving balance and accommodating legitimate interests, and build realistic and forward-looking approaches that ensure agreement and constructive compromise on even the most complex issues. In this sense, the forum has set the right and viable geopolitical and economic vectors for the long term. Its content and messages are oriented toward the future, toward broad horizons of strategic planning, defining priorities, and conducting orderly, systematic analysis of global trends in politics, the economy, social and humanitarian spheres, and a wide range of sustainable development topics. I believe that the statements of the heads and the members of delegations and the broad exchange of views clearly demonstrated that we are all united by a common understanding of the principle, objective, and indisputable reality, the need to create an integral, indivisible system of security and development that meets the true interests of all peoples of the planet. Building such a system is possible under one fundamental condition, that is goodwill, mutual trust, and high sense of responsibility for the fate of the world. The aspiration to affirm these principles and turn them into a defining factor of global politics inspired the initiative to declare 2025 the International Year of Peace and Trust. Distinguished participants, dear friends, the forum is drawing to a close. It has reaffirmed that the values and ideals reflected in its title, Peace and Trust, are gaining more and more supporters, becoming not an abstract notion, but real and effective drivers of global development and a moral foundation and a motivating force for constructive interaction and cooperation. Of course, much remains to be done to enrich these principles in political practice and public consciousness. But there is no doubt that we are on the right path. And that's why I'm convinced that the Ashgabat Forum and the constructive momentum it has generated will contribute to further fruitful joint work and produce tangible results in the interest of peace and progress for humanity. Once again, on behalf of the President and the people of Turkmenistan, I express my sincere gratitude to all delegations for their participation, their substantive statements, and their initiatives. I also congratulate you on the holiday, the International Day of Neutrality, and the upcoming New Year 2026. I wish you all sound health and new successes. We don't say goodbye, but we will all take part in the concert at 5 p.m. We will also meet in the evening during the official reception, and we can also continue our dialogue. And that's why, dear friends, distinguished participants, I declare the International Forum dedicated to the International Year of Peace and Trust, the International Day of Neutrality, and the 30th anniversary of Turkmenistan's neutrality closed. Thank you for your kind attention.